Chapter 10. Rules and regulations concerning them to whom choking applies. Concerning a rebelling judge, what shall be his crime for which he is to be executed, at which place and with which kind of death, and concerning a false prophet. Mishnah I. To the following, choking applies, to him who strikes his father or mother, to him who steals a living soul of Israel, to a judge rebelling against the great Sanhedrin, to a false prophet, to him who prophesies in the name of an idol. To the paramour of a married woman, and to the collusive witnesses of the married daughter of a priest who has sinned, and to her abuser. Gemara, whence do we know that choking applies to the smiter of his father or mother? From X 21. 15, put to death, and wherever the scripture mentions death without specifying what kind, choking is meant. But perhaps the verse cited means, when he kills him or her. How can it be supposed if one who kills a stranger is executed by the sword, that he who kills his father should be executed by choking, which is more lenient? However, this is correct according to him who holds that choking is lenient, but according to him who holds that the sword is lenient, what can be said? Therefore, from Ibid 12, he that smitteth a man so that he die, and from number 35. 21, smitten with his hand that he die, we infer that when it is not mentioned, that he die, it means smitten only. And it was necessary for the scripture to write both of the following passages, namely, X 21. 12, he that smitteth a man so that he die, and, number 35. 30, whoever it be that killeth a person, soul, for if the first only were written, one might say that one is liable only when he kills an adult, but not a minor. And if the second only were written, one might say that one is liable even if he killed a miscarried child or one who was born in the 8th month, and therefore both are necessary. But from the above theory it is to be understood that if one smote his father he is guilty of a capital crime even if he did not wound him. Why, then, does the succeeding Mishnah state that he is not guilty unless he wounds him? This is inferred from Leviticus 24. 21, and he that smitteth a beast shall make restitution for it, and he that smitteth a man shall be put to death. 76 As concerning a beast the striker is not liable unless he makes a wound, as in Ibid. 18 It reads, Nefesh, soul, blood of it, the same is the case if he smote a person he is not guilty unless he made a wound. R. Jeremiah opposed, according to this theory, if one has made lean an animal by using it to carry stones, should he not be responsible? Therefore we must say, as verse 30 is not necessary for this case, because of verse 18, apply it to human life. If so, why the analogy? In accordance with what was taught by the school of Hizkiah, above, page 233. But this is only correct for him who agrees with the school of Hizkiah. But for him who does not agree with this theory, to what purpose is the analogy? To teach that, as there is no liability if one wounds an animal for the purpose of curing it, the same is the case with a human being. A similar question was propounded by the schoolmen, may one bleed his father to cure him? Arthamathna said, from, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself, it may be inferred that he may. And Demi B. Henna said, it is inferred from the analogy just mentioned. As there is no liability for wounding an animal to cure, the same is the case with a human being. Rab did not allow his son to take out a string from his finger, lest he might wound him unintentionally, which is prohibited for one to do to his father, and Marbi, Rabina did not allow his son to open for him a wound, for the same reason. R. Shesheth was questioned, may a son be a messenger from the court to punish his father with stripes, or to put him under the ban? 77 Said Rabba B. R. Huna, and so also was it taught by the school of R. Ismail, concerning all the crimes mentioned in the Torah, the court must not appoint the son of the criminal to strike, to curse his father, etc., except in the case of a seducer, about whom it reads, Deuteronomy 13. 9, nor shall thy eye look with pity on him, etc. Mishnah 2, a son is not guilty of a capital crime unless he wounds his father by striking him. Cursing is in one respect more rigorous than striking, as for the latter one is guilty when done to his living father only, and for the former he is guilty even if he did it after his father's death. Gemara, the rabbis taught, it reads, Leviticus XX. 9, his father and mother has he cursed, which means even after his death. And this is repeated only for this purpose, lest one say that one is guilty for striking his father and for cursing him. Hence, as the former applies to a living father only, the same is the case with the latter. But this is correct only for our Jonathan, as according to him the verse just cited is superfluous, but for our Jeshia, who uses this verse for inferring father or mother, above page 192, whence does he deduce the above statement? From X 21. 17, and he that curseth his father, etc. But let the Mishnah state that in another respect striking is more rigorous than cursing, as concerning the former one is guilty if he did so to his father even if he were of another faith. Which is not the case with cursing, according to the opinion of some Tanaim. The Tana of our Mishnah holds that cursing is compared to striking even in the latter case, i.e., one is also guilty if he curses his father who is of another faith. Shall we assume that the Tanaim of our Mishnah differ in the same way as the Tanaim of the following Baraithas, one of which states, if one's father was a Samaritan, he is forewarned against striking him, but not against cursing. And the other states, he is forewarned neither against striking nor against cursing. The schoolmen who learned these Baraithas thought, both Baraithas agree that at the beginning the Samaritans were true proselytes, this refers to 2 Kings, 7. 23-34, but at that time they were decadent. Hence the point of their difference is that, according to one Baraitha, striking is equal to cursing, and according to the other it is not. Nay. All agree that they are not equal, consequently the point of their difference is, whether the ancient Samaritans were true proselytes, or only embraced Judaism from fear of the lions. Hence they were not considered Israelites at all, but heathens. Mishnah 3, if one steals a person, he is not guilty of a capital crime, unless he brings him upon his own premises. Jehuda, however, said, one is not guilty for only bringing him upon his premises, but after he used him for work. As it reads, Deuteronomy 24. 7, and he treateth him as a slave. If one steals his own son and sells him, our Ismail, the son of our Johanan b. Baroka, makes him guilty, the sages, however, free him. If one steals a person who is half free and half slave, i.e., a slave of 2 owners, one of whom has freed him, our Jehuda makes him guilty, and the sages free him. Gemara, and the first Tana of our Mishnah does not require any work, notwithstanding that so it is written in the scripture. Said our Abba Beef Rabba, they differ if he worked with him to the value of less than a perutha. According to the first Tana he is guilty, and according to our Ismail he is not. R. Jeremiah questioned, how is the law if one steals a person while asleep and sells him in this condition, or if he stole a pregnant woman for the purpose of selling her embryo, is it considered treating as a slave, or because he has not done it in the usual manner, is it not so considered? Usual manner. Let him say that there was not any kind of slavery at all. He speaks of when he used the sleeping one as a support and the pregnant woman as a protection against the wind, and as she is more stout because of the embryo, the protection is stronger. And to this was the question, is it considered slavery, or, because it was in an unusual manner, is it not? This question is now decided. The rabbis taught, it reads, Deuteronomy 24. 7, if a man be found stealing any one of his brethren of the children of Israel. From this we know only concerning a male, but whence do we know concerning the stealing of a female? It reads, X 21. 16, and he that stealeth a man whatsoever. However, from both verses we know about a man who stole either a male or a female. But whence do we know that the same is the case when a woman steals a male or female? As to this, it reads in the verse above cited, then shall that thief die, meaning what person soever. There is another Baraitha, the verse just cited means that there is no difference whether he stole a male or a female, a proselyte, or a bondsman who was freed, or a minor. However, if he stole him and did not sell him, or even if he sold him, but he is still on his own premises, he is not condemned to capital punishment. If he sold him to the father or brother of the stolen one, or to someone else of his relatives, capital punishment does apply. However, for stealing slaves it does not. This Baratha was repeated by one of the disciples before R. Shesheth, and he rejoined, I teach. R. Simeon said, it reads, from his brethren, which means that he is not guilty unless he took him out from the control of his brother. And you teach, he is guilty of a capital crime if he sold him to his father or brother. Go and teach that he is free. Says the Gemara. And what is the difficulty? Why not say that the Baratha is in accordance with the rabbis? This cannot be supposed, as there is a rule that all the anonymous Mishnayeth are in accordance with our Meir, anonymous Toseftas in accordance with our Nehemiah, anonymous Sifra in accordance with our Jehuda, and anonymous Sifri in accordance with our Simeon. And all of them are after our Akiba's instructions. And the Baratha above cited is to be found in Sifri. If one stole his own son, etc. What is the reason of the rabbis, who free him? Said Abai, it reads, Deuteronomy 24. 7. If a man be found stealing, which means to exclude him who is often with him. Said our Papa to Abai, according to your theory, Ibid 22. 22. If a man be found lying with a woman, etc. Is also to be explained to exclude him who is often with her, e.g., in the house of so and so, which is crowded, and men and women are often together should one not be liable for adultery. And he answered, I call your attention to, X 21. 16, and he will be found in his hand, which is not the case with a father, whose son is usually in his hand. Said Rabbah, according to this theory, teachers of schoolchildren and masters with their disciples are considered often together, and if it happen that one of the masters stole one of the children, he is free from capital punishment. Half a slave, etc. There is a Mishnah, First Gate, page 193 R. Jehuda says that there is no disgrace for slaves. And Ibid 195, QV, the reason of R. Jehuda is given from Deuteronomy 25. 11, however, what would be his reason here? Thus, from his brethren means to exclude slaves, children of Israel means to exclude a half-slave, of the children of Israel means again an exclusion, and means to exclude the same. And there is a rule that an exclusion after an exclusion comes to add. Hence a person who is half-slave and half-free is added to those for whom guilt is incurred. The rabbis do not hold his theory that, of his brethren, means to exclude slaves, as a slave is also considered a brother who is obliged to perform all the commandments which are obligatory on a woman. Hence, according to them, children of Israel means to exclude a slave, and, of the children of Israel, means to exclude half a slave and half a free man. But whence do we know about the forewarning of stealing a person of Israel? According to R. Jeshia, from XXX. 13, Thou shalt not steal. And according to R. Johanan, from Leviticus 25. 42, They shall not be sold as bondmen are sold. And they do not differ, as one master counts the negative commandment of stealing, and the other the negative commandment of selling. The rabbis taught, Thou shalt not steal, in the third commandment, means human beings. But perhaps it means simply money. It may be said, Go and learn it from the 13 methods by which the Torah is to be explained, one of which is that a word or passage is to be explained from its connection or from what follows. 78 And as the connection of this passage speaks of human beings, you must explain also that stealing applies to human beings. There is another Baratha, it reads, Leviticus 19. 11, Ye shalt not steal, meaning money. You say money, but perhaps it means human beings. Go and learn it from the 13 methods, etc. One of which is that a word or passage is to be explained from what follows. And as the continuation of this passage is concerning money, Ibid 13, so also stealing is to be explained as meaning money. It was taught, if there were two parties of witnesses, and one party testified that one stole a human being and the other testified that he sold him, and thereafter one of the parties, or both, were found collusive, they are not to be put to death. According to Hizkiah. According to our Johanan, however, they are. Hizkiah's reason is that he holds in accordance with our Akiba, who used to say, last gate, page 135 a case, but not half a case. And our Johanan is in accordance with the rabbis, who said, even for half a case. Our Papa, however, said, concerning the witnesses of selling, all agree that they are to be put to death. But the point of their difference is concerning the witnesses of the stealing. According to Hizkiah they are not to be put to death, because stealing and selling are two separate crimes. Our Johanan, however, is of the opinion that the stealing is the beginning of the selling. The latter, however, agrees that the first witnesses concerning a stubborn and rebellious son are not to be put to death if found collusive, as they could say, our intention was only that he should be punished with stripes. As it is said above that the son in question is not put to death unless he first received stripes. Said Abai, there are 3 cases concerning a stubborn and rebellious son. In 2 of them all agree, and in 1 of them they differ. Namely, concerning the first witnesses in this case, all agree that they are not to be put to death if collusive, as they could say, our intention was only that he should receive stripes. And their claim must be taken into consideration. And also all agree concerning the second witnesses of same, that they are to be put to death, as the first witnesses are considered as concerning stripes only. Hence the second witnesses only would be the cause of death to the criminal son, if they were not collusive, and they have done the whole case even according to our Akiba, who requires the whole, and not half a case. And the third case in which they differ is, if there were 2 parties of witnesses, one of which testifies, in our presence he stole, and the other testified, in our presence he consumed. And as the law regarding the criminal son dictates that he is not to be put to death unless he stole from his father and consumed on the premises of strangers, both things depend on each other. Hence according to our Akiba each of the parties has done only half a case. And if one or both were found collusive, they cannot be put to death for half a case, and according to the rabbis they can, as they make one guilty for half a case. Mishnah 4. A judge rebelling against the great Sanhedrin, to whom, as stated in the first Mishnah of this chapter, choking applies, is commanded in the scripture as in Deuteronomy 17. 8-13. There were in Jerusalem, at the time of the temple, 3 courts, one was situated at the gate of the Temple Mount, this was the east gate, inside of the surrounding wall, preceding the women's court. And another was situated after the women's court, but preceding the court of the common Israelites, and the third one was situated in the temple treasury for congregational sacrifices. And in case a judge in the country had a dispute about the law with his colleagues, as to which the scripture commands to bring their case before the court in Jerusalem, they came to the first court, situated at the above-mentioned gate. And the judge in question related his case before the court, I have lectured thus and thus, and my colleagues have lectured otherwise thus and thus. I have taught in accordance with my lecture so and so, and my colleagues so and so. And if this court were able to decide it traditionally, they rendered their decision, and if not, they came before the other court, explaining the same again. If this court were able to decide it traditionally, they rendered their decision. And if not, all of them came to the great Sanhedrin, which was in the temple treasury, from which the law proceeds to all Israel, wherever found. As it reads, Ibid. 10, from that place which the Lord will choose, and thou shalt observe to do according to all that may instruct thee. Then if the judge returns to his own city and continues his lectures as before, he is not culpable. If, however, he gives his decision for practice, he is subject to capital punishment. As it reads, Ibid. 12, and the man that will act presumptuously, etc., which means that he is not culpable unless he decides for practice. A disciple who is not a judge, who decides for practice against the decision of the great Sanhedrin, is not culpable. Hence the rigorousness which lies upon him, not to give his decision in any law, until he shall be 40 years of age, becomes lenient concerning the punishment. Gemara, the rabbis taught, it reads, Ibid. Ibid. 8, Kai J. Pola, literally, if it will wonder. Hence the passage speaks of the wonder, prime, judge of the courts. Mimcho, from thee, means a counselor. As it reads, Nahum, I. 11, there is gone forth, Mimcho, out of thee he that devised evil against the Lord, the counselor of infamous things. Dabhor, a matter, means a halakha, while mishpat means a decision of money matters. Between blood and blood means blood of menstruation and the blood of purification after birth, referring to Leviticus 12. 4, or blood of infliction. Between plea and plea means criminal and civil cases and cases of stripes. Between lepers and lepers, bodily leprosy, leprosy of houses, of dress, etc., matters, excommunications, appraisement of things belonging to the sanctuary, controversy, a thing which came from a controversy between a husband and wife, ref. To number v. 11-25, breaking the neck of the heifer, Deuteronomy 21. The purification of men who were afflicted with leprosy, within thy gates, about gathering grain of the poor, for jetters of sheaves and pia, corner tithe. Shalt thou arise, from thy court. Get thee up, infer from this that the temple was the highest building in all Jerusalem, and the land of Israel was situated higher than all other countries. Unto the place, infer from this that the place is the cause of the situation of the high court. The rabbis taught, a rebelling judge is not guilty unless he gave his decision in a matter to which, if done intentionally, Korath applies. And if unintentionally, a sin offering. So is the decree of our Meir Jehuda said, as to a matter of which the source is to be found in the scripture, and the interpretation is by the scribes. R. Simeon, however, maintains, even as to one observation of the many observations of the scribes. Said R. Hunabi. Hina to Rabbah, can you explain to me this Beretha which has enumerated all the cases inferred from Deuteronomy 17? 8. In accordance with our Meir's decree. And Rabbah said to our Papa, go and explain it to him. And he explained thus, the Beretha which states a counselor, means him who is able to establish leap years and to appoint the days of the month. And a difference of opinions may cause the eating of leavened bread on Passover, namely, according to some a leap year may be established during the whole month of Adar, and according to others only until Purim. Hence if the law is in accordance with one of them, and it was done to the contrary, people would eat leaven on Passover. The halakha which is mentioned in the same Beretha means the difference of opinion between R. Johanan and Resh Lakish concerning the 10th day of menstruation whether it is still to be counted menstruation blood or of infliction, explained in Tract Nida, 72b. Criminal cases means the case concerning the daughter of a coercer mentioned above. Concerning blood of menstruation, Akabia b. Mahalalel and the rabbis differ, Nida, 19a. Concerning blood of purification, Rab and Levi differ, Ibid 35b. Concerning blood of infliction, our Eleazar and our Jehoshua differ, Ibid 36b. Concerning civil cases, Samuel and our Abuhu differ, above, page 7. Concerning criminal cases, Rabbi and the rabbis differ, above, page 3, stripes, R. Ismael and the rabbis differ, in the first Mishnah of this tract, leprosies, are Jehoshua and the rabbis differ, Nida, 19b, leprosy of houses, are Eleazar b. Simeon and the rabbis differ, above, page 4, leprosy of dresses, Jonathan b. Abtomes and the rabbis, Nida, 19a, appraisement of men, are Meir and the rabbis, Erichin, 5a, excommunications, Jehuda b. Bathira and the rabbis, Ibid 28b, sanctification, Eleazar b. Jacob and the rabbis, above, page 32. Controversies concerning a woman who is suspected by her husband, are Eleazar and are Jehoshua, Soda, 2a, breaking the neck of the heifer, are Eleazar and are Akiba, Ibid 45b, purification of leprosy, are Simeon and the rabbis, above, page 137. Gathering, the schools of Shammai and Hillel, Tract Negame, 14. 9. Forgotten sheaves, the same, Ibid. Pia, are Ismael and the rabbis, Themura, 6a. And of all of them, the sources are in the scripture and the explanation is by the scribes. There were 3 courts, etc. Said R. Kahana, if he says, I have it from a tradition, and they, the great Sanhedrin, also say the same, he is not put to death. And the same is the case if he says, so is it according to my opinion, and they also say, according to our opinion. And so much the more if he says, I have it from a tradition, and they say, so is it according to our opinion. And only when they say, we have it from a tradition. And he says, according to my opinion it is the contrary then, if he gives his decision for practice, he is put to death. And an evidence in support of this is that Akabiabi, Mehalal, who decided against the great Sanhedrin, was not killed. R. Eleazar, however, maintains that even if he says, I have it from a tradition, and they say, so it is according to our opinion, he is put to death, for the reason that quarrels should not increase in Israel. And your evidence from Akabiabi. Mehalal does not hold good, as he was not killed because his decision was not for practice. An objection was raised from our Mishnah, I have lectured, etc. Does not the latter expression mean that he taught so from a tradition? Nay. I taught so because of my opinion, and they taught so from a tradition. Come and hear another objection, R. Jeshia said, the following 3 things I was told by Zerah, one of the citizens of Jerusalem, a husband who has sacrificed his claim against his wife, it is considered, and his wife is not to be brought to the court. And the same is the case if the parents of a stubborn and rebellious son have sacrificed their claim, and the same is it also if the high court were willing to sacrifice their honor in the case of a rebelling judge. And when I came to my brethren in the south, they yielded to me concerning the first 2, but not concerning the third for the reason that quarrels should not be increased in Israel. Hence the reason as to a rebelling judge is not to increase quarrel, and there is no difference whether he says, I have it from a tradition, or from my own opinion. This objection remains. There is a Beratha, R. Jose said, formerly there was no quarrel in Israel, but a court of 71 was situated in the temple treasury, and 2 courts of 23 sat at the gate of the Temple Mount and at the gate of the common Israelites. And the same courts of 23 were established in every city of Israel, and if there was a matter of difference concerning which it was necessary to inquire, they used to bring it before the court of their own city. And if they were able to decide from a tradition, they did so, and if not, they brought it to the court of a nearby city. And if also they could not decide it, they brought it before the court which was at the gate of the Temple Mount, and thereafter to that of the common Israelite, and he related to them, so have I lectured, etc., and so have I taught, etc. And if they had any tradition concerning this, they explained it, and if not, all of them came before the court of the temple treasury, in which the judges sat from the morning daily offering until that of the evening on weekdays. And on Sabbaths and on holidays they used to take their place in the chamber of the surrounding wall, and the question was laid before them. If they could decide it, they did so. And if not, they stood up to vote, and their decision was according to the majority. However, since the disciples of Shammai and Hillel who had not accomplished their study increased in number, quarrels were increased in Israel, and it seemed as if the law came from 2 different lawgivers. From the court of the great Sanhedrin they used to write and send to all the cities of Israel, whosoever is wise, modest, and is liked in the eyes of his people may be a judge in his own city. And thereafter, if he deserved it, he was advanced to the court at the gate of the Temple Mount, and farther on, until he reached to be a member in the court of the temple treasury. A message was sent from Palestine, who is the man who has surely a share in the world to come? He who is modest, bends his head when he goes in, and the same when he goes out, is always studying the Torah, and does not become proud thereof. And the rabbis gave their attention to our Thulabi, Abba, who possessed all these qualifications. Returned to his own city, etc. The rabbis taught, he is not guilty unless he himself practiced according to his decision. Or, he decided so for others, and they practiced. It is correct when he so decided for others, etc., as if he did so before he was not subject to a capital punishment. But if he himself has done according to his decision, he is guilty even before he goes to the higher courts. Previously, if he gave a good reason for his decision, it would be accepted. But after he came from the court, no longer is any reason accepted. Mishnah v. The punishment of him who transgresses the decision of the scribes is more rigorous than for that which is plainly written in the scriptures, e.g. If one says, I do not see any commandment in the Torah about tefillin, phylacteries, with the intention of transgressing that which is written concerning them, i.e., giving another interpretation to Deuteronomy 6, 8, etc., he is free. However, if he, the rebelling judge, should decide that the phylacteries must contain 5 totophah portions, instead of the 4 enacted by the scribes, he is guilty. Gemara, said Elazar in the name of Ashia, one is not considered a rebelling judge unless he decides upon a thing the sources of which are in the scripture and the explanation is by the scribes, and there is something to add. However, if it is added, it harms the whole matter. And we cannot find such a thing in the whole scripture but phylacteries, according to Jehuda, who maintains the 4 portions in question are to be attached one to the other 79. Mishnah v. The judge in question was not put to death by the court of his own city, and also not by the court of the great Sanhedrin which was established temporarily in the city of Jamnia, but was brought to the Supreme Council in Jerusalem. Kept in prison until the feast days, and executed on one of the feast days. As it reads, Deuteronomy 17:13, and all the people shall hear and be afraid. So Akiba. Jehuda, however, maintains that he must not be tortured by postponing the execution, but must be put to death immediately after being sentenced. And messengers were sent out to all the inhabitants of Israel that the judge so and so was sentenced and executed by the court for such and such a crime. Gemara, the rabbis taught concerning what was said by Akiba mentioned in our Mishnah, Jehuda rejoined, does the scripture read, the people shall see and be afraid? It reads, they shall hear and be afraid. Why, then, should this man be tortured? Therefore I say that he is executed immediately, and messengers are sent out to notify the people. The rabbis taught, the following 4 crimes must be heralded of a seducer, a stubborn and rebellious son, a rebelling judge, and collusive witnesses. Concerning the first 3 it reads, all the people of Israel shall hear and be afraid. And concerning collusive witnesses it reads, Deuteronomy 19:20, and those who remain shall hear, because not all of Israel are qualified to be witnesses. Mishnah 6. A false prophet who is to be sentenced by the court is only he who prophesies what he, personally, has not heard and what he was not told at all. However, he who does not proclaim what he was told to do, or did not listen to another prophet, or he who acted against what he himself was instructed by heaven, his death depends upon heaven. As it reads, Ibid 18:19, I will require it from him. He who prophesied in the name of an idol, saying, so and so was said by such and such an idol, although it corresponds exactly with the Hebrew law, he is punished by choking. The same was the case with him who had intercourse with a married woman, as soon as she comes under the control of her husband, even before she has had intercourse with him. The same punishment applies to the collusive witnesses of the married daughter of a priest, and also to her abuser. There is a difference between this case and all other cases of collusive witnesses, who are to be punished with the same death which would apply to the accused if it were true. And also between the adulterer in this case and other adulterers to whom the death of those abused applies. Gemara, the rabbis taught, concerning prophecy, there are 3 who are to be sentenced by the court, viz. He who prophesies what he has not heard, he who prophesies what was not said to him, and he who prophesies in the name of an idol. And there are 3 whose death is by heaven, viz. He who does not proclaim his prophecy, he who acts against what he was told by another prophet, and he who acts against his own prophecy. Whence is this deduced? Said Jehuda in the name of Rab, it reads, Deuteronomy 18:20, but the prophet who may presume to speak a word in my name means him who has prophesied what he has not heard, which I have not commanded him, although it was commanded to his colleague. Or who may speak in the name of other gods, means in the name of any idol. That prophet shall die means by choking, as choking applies to all the deaths which are mentioned in the scriptures without specifying which. And the other three above mentioned are inferred from the preceding verse, 19, a man who will not hearken, etc. Which is to be understood both of him who does not make the people hear it and him who himself does not listen to it, which ends, I will require it of him. Now the illustrations. He who prophesies what he has not heard e.g. Zedekiah ben Kenana, of whom it is written, 2. Chron. 18. 10, made himself horns of iron, etc. But why was he guilty? Did not the spirit of Naboth make him heir? As it reads, Ibid. 19-21, and the Lord said, Who will persuade Achab, the king of Israel, that he may go up and fall at Ramoth-Gilead? And one spake saying after this manner, and another saying after that manner. Then came forth a spirit, and placed himself before the Lord, and said, I will persuade him. And the Lord said unto him, Wherewith? And he said, I will go forth and I will become a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. And he said, Thou shalt persuade him, and also prevail, go forth and do so. And to the question, What spirit? Johanan said, The spirit of Naboth Hazraeli. And what is meant by, go forth? Jehudah said, Go outside of the fence of my glory, as a liar must not remain in it, hence it was not Zedekiah's fault, as he was deceived by the Spirit. He ought to have given his attention to what was said by Itzhak. The sense of a divine oracle is given by heaven to many prophets equally, the language, however, by the prophets cannot be identical even in two of them, as each prophet expresses it in his own language e.g. Jah 49. 16, Thy hastiness hath deceived thee, the presumption of thy heart, and, Obi 3. The presumption of thy heart hath beguiled thee. Here, however, it reads, 2. Chron. 18. 11, And all the prophets so prophesied, saying, Go up against Ramoth-Gilead, etc. Hence, as all prophesied in identical language, he ought to have known that it was not a true prophecy. But perhaps Zedekiah did not know what was said by Itzhak. There was Jehoshaphat, who told him that. As it reads, Ibid. 6, Is there not a prophet of the Eternal besides? And to the question of Achab, Are not all these, who prophesy in the name of the Lord, sufficient? Jehoshaphat answered, I have a tradition from my grandfather's house that the sense of a divine oracle is given by heaven, etc. And here I hear the same version from all of them. He who prophesies what was not said to him e.g. Shenaniah ben Azar, who said, Jah 28. 2, Thus hath said the Lord. I have broken the yoke. And this was only by an a fortiori conclusion, drawn from what was said by Jeremiah, Ibid 49, Thus hath said the Lord. Behold, I will break the bow of Elam. And his a fortiori conclusion was thus, Elam, who came only to assist the king of Babylon, should be broken. The king of Babylon, who himself came to destroy the kingdom of Judah, so much the more should be broken. Said Papa to Abai, but this illustration does not correspond, as such a prophecy was not given to anyone. And he answered, For if such an a fortiori conclusion were to be drawn, it is equal to its having been said to someone else, however, it was not said to him directly. He who prophesied in the name of an idol e.g., the prophets of Baal. He who does not proclaim the prophecy e.g., Jonah Amittai. He who does not listen to what he was told by another prophet e.g., the colleague of Micah, as it reads, Kings, XX. 35, 36, And a certain man of the sons of the prophets said unto his companion, By the word of the Lord, smite me, I pray thee. But the man refused to smite. Then said he unto him, Forasmuch as thou hast not obeyed the voice of the Lord. And a prophet who acted against that wherein he himself was instructed by heaven e.g., Ada the prophet, of whom it is written, Ibid 13. 9, For so was it charged me by the word of the Lord, and, Ibid. 18, And he said unto him, I also am a prophet like thee. And farther on it is written, 19, so he returned with him, ending, 34, and when he was gone, a lion met him on the way and slew him. A disciple taught in the presence of R. Hista, he who does not proclaim the prophecy he was told has to receive stripes. And R. Hista said to him, should one who ate dates from a sieve receive stripes? Who warned him? And Abai said, his colleagues, the prophets. And whence did they know this? Said Abai, from Amos 3:7, for the Lord Eternal will do nothing, unless he have revealed his secret unto his servants the prophets. But perhaps the decree was changed by heaven. If it were so, all the prophets would be notified. But was not such the case with Jonah, who was not notified that the decree was changed? There was the prophecy, Nineveh will be overthrown, which had two meanings, to be destroyed, and also to be turned over from evil to righteousness, and he did not understand the real meaning. Who does not listen to another prophet? But whence is one aware that he is a true prophet, that he should be punished? In case he gives him a sign. But was not Micah, who was punished for not listening to the prophet, as said above, although he did not give any sign? With him who has long been recognized as a true prophet it is different. For if the case were not so, how could Isaac have trusted his father that his prophecy was a true one, since such a commandment was never before heard, and also no sign was given by Abraham? And also, how could they rely upon Elijah, who commanded them to sacrifice outside of Jerusalem, which was prohibited by the Scripture? Hence, because they were recognized prophets, one must listen to them in any event. 80. The rabbis taught, concerning what was taught by rabbis, above, page 151, as to a prophet who had misled, to whom stoning applies according to the rabbis, and choking according to R. Simeon, said R. Hista, the point of their difference is in case one removed the whole portion of the Scripture concerning idolatry, saying, I was so commanded by heaven. Or even if he said, to perform some of its worship and to abolish the rest. But if he removed a portion which speaks concerning other commandments, all agreed that choking applies. And if he told to perform some of them and abolish the others, he is free according to all. R. Hamnuna, however, said, the point of their difference is if he removed a portion of any commandment, be it concerning idolatry or some other, and also in performing some worship of idolatry and abolishing the rest. As it reads, from the way, which means even a part of it. But if he prophesied as to performing some of the commandments and abolishing the others, all agree that he is free. The rabbis taught, if one commands by prophecy to remove a commandment from the Scripture, he is guilty, but if to abolish some of it and perform the remainder, R. Simeon frees him. However, concerning idolatry, even if he commands, today worship, and on the morrow to abolish it, all agree that he is guilty. Hence it contradicts the explanations of both R. Hista and R. Hamnuna. Abai, who holds with R. Hista, explained the Beretha just cited, according to his theory viz., if one commands by prophecy to remove a commandment from the Scripture all agree that B is to be choked. As to performing some, etc., R. Simeon makes him free, and the same do the rabbis. But concerning idolatry, even if he said, today worship, and on the morrow to abolish, he is subject to a capital punishment according to the rabbis by stoning, and according to R. Simeon by choking. Rabbah, however, who holds with R. Hamnuna, explains according to his theory thus, he who commands by prophecy to remove, etc. either concerning idolatry or some other commandment, is subject to a capital punishment each of the masters according to his opinion. As to performing some, etc., R. Simeon makes him free, and so also do the rabbis. Concerning idolatry, however, even if he says, today, etc., he is guilty accordingly each of the masters according to his opinion. R. Thabuhu in the name of R. Johanan said, in every case mentioned in the Torah, if a true prophet commands you to transgress, you may listen, except as to idolatry, when you must not listen, even if he were to stop the sun for you, as was done by Joshua. R. Jose the Galilean said, there is a Beretha. The Torah foreshadowed the final mind of idolatry and therefore gave force to it, for the purpose that one should not listen to him who commands to commit it, even if he were to stop the sun for him in the middle of the sky. Said R. Akiba, God forbid that the sun should be stopped for them who are acting against his will. But it means even, e.g., Hananiah b. Azar, who was a true prophet when he began to prophesy, and became a false one only afterwards. Collusive witnesses of the married daughter of a priest, etc. Whence is this deduced? Said Abha b. R. Ika, from the following Beratha, R. Jose said, Why is it written, Then shall ye do unto him, unto his brother? Would it not be sufficient if it should read, as he purposed to do? Because all who are to be put to death biblically, their collusive witnesses and their abusers are punished with the same, except in the case of the married daughter of a priest, where she is to be burned, but not her abuser, who is to be choked. However, concerning her collusive witnesses, it would not be known whether they were to be equalized to him or to her. Therefore the expression, unto his brother, which means, not unto his sister. End of Tract Sanhedrin, Part 1, Halakha. Chapter 11. The Haggadic part about resurrection, shares in the world to come, and about the Messiah, etc. Mishnah I, all Israel has a share in the world to come. As it reads, is, LX. 21, And thy people they will all be righteous, for ever shall they possess the land, the sprout of my planting, the work of my hands, that I may glorify myself. The following have no share in the world to come, he who says that there is no allusion in the Torah concerning resurrection, and he who says that the Torah was not given by heaven, and a follower of Epicurus R. Akiba added, him who reads books of the Hizunim and him who mumbles over a wound, reciting the verse, X 15. 26, I will put none of those diseases upon thee, which I have brought upon the Egyptians, for I the Lord am thy physician. Abba Shaul said, also he who speaks out the holy name with its vocals. 81 3 kings and 4 commoners have no share in the world to come. The 3 kings are Jeroboam, Achab, and Manasseh. R. Jehudah, however, said, Manasseh has a share in the world to come. As it reads, 2. Chron 33. 13, And he prayed unto him and he permitted himself to be entreated by him, and heard his supplication and brought him back to Jerusalem unto his kingdom. And he was answered, he was returned to his kingdom, but not to the world to come. The 4 commoners are Bileam, Dog, Achitophel, and Gekatzi. Gemara, is he who does not believe that the resurrection is hinted at in the Torah such a criminal that he loses his share in the world to come? It was taught, he denies resurrection therefore he will not have a share in it, as punishment corresponds to the deed, for all retributions of the Holy One, blessed be he, are in correspondence with man's doing. And R. Samuel b. Naamani in the name of R. Jonathan said, Whence do we know that so it is? From 2 Kings 7. 1, 2, Then said Elisha, Hear ye the word of the Lord, thus hath said the Lord, About this time tomorrow a seah of fine flour shall be sold for a shekel, and 2 seahs of barley for a shekel, in the gate of Samaria. Then answered the Lord of the king, on whose hand he used to lean, the man of God, and said, Behold, will the Lord make windows in the heavens, that this thing shall be? And he said, Behold, thou shalt see it with thy eyes, but thereof shalt thou not eat. And this chapter ends, Ibid 20, And it happened unto him so, for the people trod him down in the gate and he died. But perhaps this was because Elisha cautioned him. As R. Jehudah in the name of Rab said, If a sage cautions someone, even if the one cautioned had not deserved such, it falls upon him nevertheless. If it were so, it should read, And the people trod on him and he died. Why in the gate? Thus because of his protest which he made at the gate. Where is resurrection hinted at in the Torah? It reads, Number 18. 28, And ye shall give thereof the heave offering of the Lord to Aaron the priest. Should, then, Aaron remain alive forever? He did not even enter into the land of Israel. How, then, could Israel give him heave offering? Infer from this that he would experience resurrection and Israel would give him heave offering. hence here is a hint of resurrection. The school of R. Ismail, however, taught, nothing is to be inferred from this, as the words, to Aaron, mean priests who are similar to him, viz., scholar as he was. And from this it is inferred that no gift whatsoever should be given to a priest who is ignorant. Samuel b. Naamani in the name of our Jonathan said, whence do we know that one must not give heave offering to a priest who is an ignoramus? From 2 Chron. 31. 4. To give the portion of the priests and the Levites, in order that they might hold firmly to the law of the Lord. Hence the priest who knows to hold firmly the law has a portion, but not he who is ignorant of the law. R. Johanan said that he who does so causes death to the ignorant priest. As it reads, Leviticus 22. 9, that they may not bear sin through it, and die therefore, if they profane it. The disciples of our Eleazar b. Jacob taught that, Ibid. 16, also applies to him who gives heave offering to an ignoramus. There is a Beratha, our Sinai said, the hint of resurrection in the Torah is to be found in X 6. 4, and as I did also establish my covenant with them, to give unto them the land of Canaan. It does not read, to you, as it should, the patriarchs of that time being already dead, but, to them, hence this is a hint that they would be restored. The Minim questioned Rabban Gamaliel, whence do you deduce that the Holy One, blessed be he, would restore the dead? And he answered, from the Pentateuch, prophets, and Hagiographa. However, they did not accept it. From the Pentateuch, Deuteronomy 31. 16, Thou shalt sleep with thy parents V'com, and arise, 82 And they answered, perhaps this word V'com is connected with its succeeding words. From the prophets, is 26. 19, Thy dead shall live, my dead bodies shall arise. Awake and sing, ye that dwell in the dust, for a dew on herbs is thy dew, and the earth shall cast out the departed. And they answered, perhaps the verse cited means those dead who were restored by Ezekiel, chapter 36. In the Hagiographa, Solomon's Song, 7. 10, And thy palate like the best wine, that glided down from my friend gently, exciting the lips of those that are asleep. And they answered, this cannot be taken as an evidence. For it is not certain that, are asleep means the dead. Says the Gemara. Arch Johanan, in the name of our Simeon b. Jehozadak, used to cite this verse with his statement that if a halakha is mentioned in the name of a dead sage the lips of the latter mumble, in his grave. Thereafter, when Gamaliel mentioned to the Minim, Deuteronomy 11. 9. And the Lord hath sworn unto your fathers to give unto them, which does not read to ye. But, to them, hence it is a hint of resurrection from the Torah it was accepted. According to others he mentioned before them, Deuteronomy 4. 4, But ye that did cleave unto the Lord your God are alive every one of you this day, which means, as this day every one of you is alive, so will it be in the world to come. The officers of Rome questioned our Jehoshua b. Hananiah, whence do you know that the Holy One, blessed be he, will restore the dead and that there is also revealed before him all that will be in the future? And he answered, both things are inferred from Deuteronomy 31. 16. Cited above. And to their answer, perhaps the word V'com belongs to its succeeding words. He rejoined, accept at least the half, the second question, that there is revealed before him all that will be in the future. The same was taught also by our Johanan in the name of our Simeon b. Jehi. That from this verse both the resurrection and that there is revealed before him all that will be in the future is inferred. There is a Beratha, our Eleazar b. Jose said, I have shown the falsification in the books of the Minim, who used to say that there is no hint about resurrection in the Pentateuch. And I said to them, you have falsified your Torah, but you have nothing in your hand to say that there is no hint of resurrection. Does it not read, number 15? 31, that person shall be cut off, his iniquity is upon him. Upon him when? Does it not mean after he shall be cut off? Hence it means even in the world to come. Questioned the Gemara. Above, this passage is explained by our Akiba and our Ishmael. But neither of them has explained what means, his iniquity shall be upon him. They may explain it as in the following Beratha, lest one say that he will be cut off even after his repentance, therefore, the iniquity is upon him means only when it is still upon him, but if he repented it is no more upon him. Queen Cleopatra questioned our Mayor thus, I am aware that the dead will be restored. As it reads, PS 72. 16, and, men, shall blossom out of the city like herbs of the earth. My question, however, is, when they shall be restored, will they be naked or dressed? And he answered, this may be drawn by an a fortiori conclusion from wheat. A grain of wheat which is buried naked comes out dressed in so many garments, the upright, who are buried in their dress, so much the more shall they come out dressed in many garments. Caesar questioned Rabban Gamaliel, you say that the dead will be restored. Does not the corpse become dust? How, then, can dust be restored? And the daughter of Caesar said to our Gamaliel, leave the question to me and I myself shall answer it. And she said, to her father if there were 2 potters in our city, of whom one should make a pot from water and the other from clay, to which of them would you give preference? And he said, certainly to him who creates from water. For if he is able to create from water, he is undoubtedly able to create from clay. And she said, this is an answer to your question. The school of R. Ismail taught, one may learn it from glasswares, which are made by human beings, and if they break there is a remedy for them, as they can be renewed, human beings, who are created by the Spirit of the Lord. So much the more shall they be renewed, restored. There was a man who said to our Ami, you say that the dead will be restored. Does not the corpse become dust? How, then, can dust be restored? And he told him, I will give you a parable showing to what this thing is similar. A human king said to his servants, go and build me a palace in such a place, where there is no earth and no water. And they did so, and after it collapsed he commanded the same to build it for him in a place where there was earth and water. And they answered, we cannot do so. And he became angry, saying, when you could build it in such a place where there was no earth and no water, ought you not to be able to build it where they are? And if you don't believe it, go into a valley and see a mouse, which is half flesh and half earth, it being believed that there is a species of mice developed from earth, and tomorrow it multiplies and becomes all flesh. And should you say that it takes much time till it becomes so, go up into the mountain, and see that today you cannot find even 1,083 and on the morrow, after rain, you will find the mountains full of them. There was another man who said to Gabiah b. Sisa, woe to you, wicked, who say that the dead are restored. The living die should the dead come to life? And he answered, woe to you, wicked, who say that the dead will not come to life. That which has not existed at all comes to life, shall those who had life once not come to life again? Said the men to him, you call me wicked. If I arise, I will kick thee and level thy hump from off thee, drive out thy conceit. And he rejoined, if you do so, you will be a specialist physician, and you will receive a great reward. The rabbis taught, on the 24th of Nisan the contractors of duty were taken off from Judah and Jerusalem. This was when the Africans summoned Israel before Alexander of Macedonia, claiming that the land of Canaan belonged to them. As it reads, number 34. 2. The land of Canaan according to its boundaries, and that they were the descendants of Canaan. Said Gabiah b. Sisa to the sages, permit me, and I will appear before Alexander as advocate of the defendant Israel, and if they defeat me, say to them, you have defeated an ignoramus among us. And if I defeat them, say to them, the law of Moses has defeated you. He got this permission, and did so. Then he said to them, what is your evidence? And their answer was, from your Torah. Then said he, I in defense will also bring my evidence from the same. It reads, Gen 9. 25, and he said, cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. Now, to whom belongs the estate of a slave, if not to his master? And not this only, but I summon you before the king, for the many years you have not done any service for us. And Alexander commanded them to give answer, for which they requested from him 3 days' time. And he gave it to them. And as they could not find any right answer at the appointed time, they fled, leaving their fields, which were sown, and their vineyards, which were planted. And this year was a sabbatical one. It happened again that the Egyptians summoned Israel before Alexander of Macedonia, demanding from them the gold and silver which they had borrowed from them at the time of their exodus. As it reads, Ex 12:36, And the Lord hath given the people favor in the eyes of the Egyptians, so that they gave unto them what they required, and they emptied out Egypt. And by B. Sisa requested from the sages permission to be the advocate of the defendant Israel, with the same reason mentioned above. He got this permission, and did so. Then he said to them, What is your evidence? And their answer was, From your Torah. Then said he, I in defense will also bring my evidence from the same, which reads, Ibid 40, Now the time of the residence of the children of Israel, which they dwelt in Egypt, was 430 years. Hence I demand of you the wages for the labor of 600,000 men whom your parents compelled to work for them all the time they were in Egypt. And Alexander decided that the Egyptians should give a proper answer, for which they requested 3 days' time, which was allowed to them. But they could not find a satisfactory answer, and they fled, leaving their sown fields and their planted vineyards. And also this year was a sabbatical one. And it happened again that the descendants of Ishmael and the descendants of Keturah summoned Israel before Alexander, claiming to have a share in the land of Canaan, as they also were descendants of Abraham. And again by B. Sisa requested for permission to be Israel's advocate, which he received. And the same question of evidence was put to them, and their answer was, From your Torah, Gen 25:12 and 19, which shows that Ishmael as well as Isaac were Abraham's children. And he then also brought his evidence from the same, Ibid 5 and 6, and Abraham gave all that he had unto Isaac. But unto the sons of the concubines that Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts, and he sent them away from Isaac his son. Now, on a father who made a legatum, bequest, to his children, and separated them while he was still alive, can they have any claim thereafter? Antoninus said to Rabbi, The body and the soul of a human may free themselves on the day of judgment by heaven. How so? The body may say, The soul has sinned, for since she has departed I lie in the grave like a stone. And the soul may say, The body has sinned, for since I am separated from it, I fly in the air like a bird. And he answered, I will give you a parable to which this is similar. A human king, who had an excellent garden which contained very fine figs, appointed 2 watchmen for it, one of whom was blind, and the other had no feet. He who was without feet said to the one who was blind, I see in the garden fine figs. Take me on your shoulders, and I shall get them, and we shall consume them. He did so, and while on his shoulders he took them off, and both consumed them. And when the owner of the garden came and did not find the figs, and questioned them what became of them, the blind one answered, Have I, then, eyes to see them, that you should suspect my taking them? And the lame one answered, Have I, then, feet to go there? The owner then put the lame one on the shoulders of the one who was blind, and punished them together. So also the Holy One, blessed be he who puts the soul and the body and punishes them together. As it reads, P.S. 1, For, he will call to the heavens above, and to the earth beneath, to judge his people. To the heavens above means the soul, and to the earth beneath means the body. Antoninus again questioned Rabbi, Why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? And he answered, If it were contrariwise, you would also question the same. Rejoined Antoninus, I mean to say, why does he set in the west? Let him go around without setting, until he reach the place where he arose. And he answered, For the purpose of greeting with peace his Creator, as the Shekinah is in the west. Rejoined again Antoninus, Let him then travel to half of the sky, greet the Creator, and set. This would harm the laborer, and those who are on the road. The same questioned again the same, At what time does the soul come into the body? At the moment of conception, or at the time the embryo is already formed? And the answer was, when it is already formed. Said Antoninus to him, Is it possible that a piece of flesh shall keep 3 days or more without being salted, and it shall not become stinking? And therefore it must be said, at conception. Said Rabbi, This teaching I accepted from Antoninus, and a support to him is to be found in Job, X 12, and thy providence watched over my spirit 84. Antoninus questioned Rabbi again, At what time does the evil spirit reach man? At the time the embryo is formed, when it comes out from the womb. And he was answered, At the time it is formed. Rejoined Antoninus, If so, the embryo would kick the entrails of the mother and go out. Therefore it must be from the time it comes out. And Rabbi said, This teaching I received from Antoninus, and he is supported by Gen 4. 7. Sin leath at the door. Resh Lakish proposes the following contradiction, it reads, is 35. 6. Then shall the lame leap as a hart, and the tongue of the dumb shall sing, and, J 31. 785, Among them the blind and the lame, the pregnant woman and she that travelleth with child together. Hence the passages contradict each other. It must therefore be said, they will be restored with the blemishes they had in their life, and thereafter they will be cured. Ula advanced another contradiction, it reads, is 25. 8. He will destroy death to eternity. And the Lord Eternal will wipe away the tear from off all faces, and the shame of his people will he remove from off all the earth, for the Lord hath spoken it, and, Ibid LXV. 20. There shall no more come thence an infant. For as a lad shall one die 100 years old. This presents no difficulty. The former speaks of Israel's self, and the latter of those concerning whom it reads, Ibid LXI. 5. And strangers shall stand and feed your flocks, and the son of the alien shall be your ploughman and your vintners. R. Hista also advanced a contradiction, it reads, Ibid 24. 23. And the moon shall be put to the blush and the sun be made ashamed, for the Lord of hosts will reign on Mount Zion, and, Ibid XXX. 26. And the light of the moon shall be as the light of the sun, and the light of the sun shall be sevenfold, as the light of the 7 days. This presents no difficulty. The latter speaks of the time when the Messiah shall appear, and the former, of the world to come. And to Samuel, who maintains that there will be no difference between this time and the time of Messiah, except that Israel will no longer be under the dominion of foreigners. The explanation of these contradictory verses may be thus that the latter speaks of the camp of the upright and the former of the camp of the glory of the Shekinah. Rabbah propounded another contradiction, it reads, Deuteronomy 32. 39, I make one die and I make one alive, and further on it reads, I wound and I heal. It means that the Holy One, blessed be He, says, All that I made to die shall I bring to life again, and thereafter shall I cure what was wounded. The rabbis taught, lest one say that the verse just cited means, I make one die and another one shall I bring to life, therefore it reads, I wound and I cure. As wounding and curing apply to one person only, the same is the case with death and life, they apply to one person. This is an answer to those who say that there is no hint in the Torah about resurrection. There is a Beretha, R. Meir said, it reads, X 15. 1. Then Moses and the children of Israel will sing this song. It does not read, sang, but will sing, Yasher. This is a hint of resurrection in the Torah. Similar to this is, Joshua, 8. 30, Then Joshua will build an altar. It does not read, did build, but, will build. This is also a hint of resurrection. Says the Gemara, however, this cannot be taken as a support, as the same expression is to be found in I, Kings 11. 7, and nevertheless it does not mean in the future, but in the past. Yeshua b. Levi said, it reads, PS 84. 5, Happy are they who dwell in thy house, they will be continually praising thee. It does not read, praised thee, in the past, but in the future. Hence it is a hint of resurrection. The same said again, he who sings to his Creator in this world will be rewarded by singing the same in the world to come, as the verse just cited reads. Hayabi, Abba in the name of our, Johanan said, it reads, is Li. 8. The voice of thy watchmen they raise their voice, together shall they sing, for eye to eye shall they see, when the Lord returneth unto Zion. It does not read, sung, in the past, but in the future. Hence it is a hint of resurrection. The same said again in the name of the same authority, in the future all the prophets together will sing a song of praise with one voice, as the verse just cited reads. R. Jehudah said in the name of Rab, he who hesitates in declaring a halakha to a disciple is considered as if he would rob him of the inheritance of his parents. For it reads, Deuteronomy 33. 4. The law which Moses commanded us is the inheritance of the congregation of Israel. Hence the law is considered as an inheritance to all Israel since the creation of the world. R. Hanabi, Bizna in the name of R. Simeon the pious said, he who hesitates in declaring a halakha to a disciple, even the embryos in the entrails of their mothers denounce him as it reads, Parov 11. 26. Him that withholdeth corn, the people 86 will denounce. And what is the reward for declaring such? Said Rabbah in the name of R. Sheshith, he will be rewarded with the blessing with which Joseph was blessed, as the end of the verse cited reads, but blessing will be heaped upon the head of the one that selleth it, which means Joseph, as it reads, Gen 42. 6. And Joseph, he was the governor over the land, he it was that sold corn to all the people. R. Sheshith said again, he who teaches the Torah in this world will be rewarded by teaching it in the world to come. As it reads, Parov 11. 25. He that refresheth others, will do same in the future. 87. Rabbah said, resurrection is hinted at in the Torah in Deuteronomy 33. 6. May Reuben live, and not die, which means that he may live in this world, and not die in the world to come. Rabina, however, maintains that it is hinted at in Dan 12. 2. And many of those that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to disgrace and everlasting abhorrence. And our Ashi said, from Ibid. 13. But thou, go, thy way, toward the end, and thou shalt rest, and arise for thy lot at the end of the days. Our Eleazar said, a leader of a congregation, who leads them humbly, will be rewarded by leading the same in the world to come. As it reads, is 49. 10. For he that hath mercy on them will lead them, and by springs of water will he guide them. The same said again, great is wisdom, as it was placed between two divine names, Isam 2. 3. For a God of knowledge is the Lord. And he said again, great is the temple, as the word Mikdash, temple, X 15. 17, is also placed between two divine names. R. Ada B. Karthana opposed, according to this theory, revenge is also great, as it is also placed, PS 94. 1. Between two divine names. And he was answered, and it is in accordance with Ula. This will be translated in Barakoth, as the proper place. R. Eleazar said again, every man who possesses wisdom may consider himself as if the temple were built in his days, as both wisdom and temple are placed between two divine names. And he said again, a man who possesses true wisdom will finally become rich. As it reads, Parov 24. 4. And thorough knowledge are chambers filled with all manner of precious and pleasant wealth. And he said again, he who does not possess any knowledge does not deserve that one should have mercy with him. As it reads, is 27. 11. For it is not a people of understanding, therefore he that made it will not have mercy on it, and he that formed it will show it no favor. And he said again, he who feeds one who does not possess any knowledge, chastisement will be the reward for it. As it reads, Obi 7, they that eat thy bread have struck thee secretly a wound. There is no understanding in him. And he said again, such a man as has no knowledge will finally be exiled. As it reads, PS v 13, therefore are my people led into exile, for want of knowledge. 88 Jehudah said, exile atones for 3 things. As it reads, J 21. 9, he that remaineth in this city shall die by the sword, or by the famine, or by the pestilence, but he that goeth out and runneth away to the Chaldeans that besiege you, shall remain alive, and his life shall be unto him as a booty. R. Johanan, however, said, exiles atones for everything. As it reads, Ibid 22. 30, thus hath said the Lord, write ye down this man as childless, as a man that shall not prosper in his days. For no man of his seed shall succeed to sit upon the throne of David, and to rule any more in Judah. And in Ikron 3. 17, it reads, and the sons of Jeconiah, Assur, Shelthiel his son. And there is a tradition that Assur, Shelthiel is one person, and was Nehemiah b. Chachaliah. And why was he called Assur? Because he was conceived in prison. The term in Hebrew for prisoner is Azur. R. Eleazar said, a house in which the words of the Torah are not heard in the nights will finally be burned. As it reads, Job, XX. 26, entire darkness is laid by for his treasures, a fire not urged by blowing will consume him. It will destroy any one left in his tent. The Hebrew term for left is sharid. As it reads, Joel, 3. 5, among the remnant, shridim. And he said again, he who does not benefit scholars by his estate will never see a sign of blessing, as it reads, Job, XX. 21, nothing was spared from his craving to eat, therefore shall his wealth not prosper. There also the Hebrew term is sharid, which, according to him, means a scholar, as analogized above. And from the same passage the same inferred that he who does not leave any bread after his meal will not see any blessing. But did not the same say elsewhere that he who left pieces of bread after his meal is considered as if he were to worship idols? This presents no difficulty. In the latter saying he means, after finishing the meal he puts a whole loaf on the table, which is prohibited. As it reads, is, LXV. 11, that set out a table for the god of fortune and that fill for destiny the drink offering. On the former saying he speaks of leaving some crumbs of bread for the poor. The same said again, he who changes his word is considered as if he were to worship idols. As Gen 27. 12 reads, seem to him as a deceiver, and as in Jx. 15, they are vanity, the work of deception. And he said again, a man shall always be modest, but nevertheless shall be strong in his mind, so that he shall not be overruled by any one. As then he may be sure that he will exist. Said R. Zerah, a hint of this is to be found in the following Mishnah, Negam 7. 3 If there seems to be leprosy in a house which is dark, windows must not be opened for investigation. Hence if one is strong in his mind, and at the same time modest, his defects cannot be investigated. Art Tabi in the name of Art Joshua said, it reads, Parov XXX. 16, the nether world, and a barren womb. The earth which is not satisfied with water, and the fire which never saith, enough. What correspondence is there between the nether world and the womb? This is only to say that as the nature of the womb is, if something be brought in, to give it out, the same is the case with the nether world, it gives out what is brought in. And it is to be inferred by an a fortiori conclusion thus, a womb into which corpses are privately brought gives them out with much noise, the nether world, into which corpses are brought with much noise. So much the more shall they come out with great noise. And this may be an answer to those who say that resurrection is not hinted at in the Torah. The disciples of Elijah taught, the upright who will be restored in the future by the Holy One, blessed be he, will never return to dust. As it reads, is 4:3, and it shall come to pass that whoever is left in Zion, and he that remaineth in Jerusalem, shall be called holy, everyone that is written down into life in Jerusalem. And as the Holy One is forever, so also those who are mentioned in this verse will be forever. And lest one say, what will they do at the time the Holy One, blessed be he, shall renew his world, as it reads, Ibid 2. 17, and exalted shall be the Lord alone on that day. The upright in question will be supplied with wings similar to the wings of the eagles, and they will fly over the world. As it reads, PS 46. 3. Therefore will we not fear when the earth is transformed, and when mountains are moved into the heart of seas. And lest one may say that they will be inflicted to this, it is written, is XL. 3:1, Yet they that wait upon the Lord shall acquire new strength, they shall mount up with wings as eagles, they shall run and not be weary, they shall walk and not become faint. But why not infer from the dead who were restored by Ezekiel, and who died again? He, Elijah, holds with him who says that in reality Ezekiel did not restore any dead at all, and the prophecy was only a parable for the Jewish nation that it would be restored again. And this is related in the following Beretha: the dead whom Ezekiel restored arose on their feet, sang a song, and died again. And what kind of a psalm was it? The Lord makes one die justly, and mercifully restores him. So are Eliezer. Our Joshua said, the song was from Sam 2. 6, The Lord killeth, and mocketh alive, he bringeth down to the grave, and bringeth up. Our Jehudah, however, said, really, it was only a parable, said our Nehemiah to him, if really, then it is not a parable, and if a parable, it is not really. Say, then, in reality it was a parable. Our Eliezer b. R. Jose the Galilean, however, said, the dead who were restored by Ezekiel went to the land of Israel, married, and brought forth sons and daughters. And our Jehudah b. Bathira arose on his feet, saying, I myself am a descendant of them, and these are the phylacteries which I inherited from my grandfather, who told me that they were used by the restored. But who were the restored dead in question? Said Rab, they were the sons of Ephraim who erred concerning the promised time of redemption from Egypt. As it reads, Ikron, 7. 20-23, and the sons of Ephraim, Shuthelach, and Bared his son, and Thaketh his son, and Eladah his son, and Thaketh his son, and Zabad his son, and Shuthelach his son, and Esair and Elad, whom the men of God that were born in that land slew. And Ephraim their father mourned many days, and his brethren came to comfort him. Samuel, however, said, they were the men who disbelieved in resurrection. As it reads, Ezek 37. 11, Then said he unto me, Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel, behold, they say, dried are our bones, and lost is our hope, we are quite cut off. R. Jeremiah b. Abba said, they were the bodies of men in whom there was no sap of any meritorious act. As it reads, Ibid 4, O ye dry bones, hear ye the word of the Lord. And R. Itzhak of Nabhar said, they were the men who did what was mentioned in Ibid 8. 10, So I went in and saw. And behold, there was every form of creeping things, and cattle, abominations, and all the idols of the house of Israel, engraven upon the wall all round about. And it reads, Ibid 37. 2, And he caused me to pass by them all round about, etc. And Johanan said, they were the dead of the valley of Dura, whom Nebuchadnezzar killed. This is what he said elsewhere, that from the river Achar to the city of Rabbath in the valley of Dura there were young men of Israel who were exiled by Nebuchadnezzar the wicked, who were so beautiful that there were none similar to them under the sun. And the women of Chaldea became sick when they looked upon them. The king then commanded to slay them all and to tread down their faces. The rabbis taught, at the time Nebuchadnezzar threw Shenaniah, Mishael and Azariah into the cauldron, the Holy One, blessed be he, told Ezekiel to go and restore the dead of the valley of Dura. And the vessels which were made from the bones of those who were slain by Nebuchadnezzar kicked him in the face. And to his question, what is the matter, he was told that the colleagues of those whom he had thrown into the cauldron were engaged in restoring the dead of the valley of Dura. He then said, Dan 3. 33, His signs how great are they! And his wonders how mighty are they! His kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and his rule is over every generation. Said R. Itzhak, may hot melted gold be put in the mouth of that wicked, for if an angel had not come and shut his mouth, he would have brought to shame all the songs and praises which were said by David in the Psalms. The rabbis taught, 6 miracles occurred on that day: a. The cauldron floated upwards; b. It broke; c. Its foundation was crumbled by the heat; d. The golden image fell upon his face; e. Men from 4 kingdoms were burned; and f. Ezekiel restored the dead in the valley of Dura. All of them are known tradition. Ally. However, concerning the men from the 4 kingdoms, there is to be found in the scripture, Dan 3:2, and King Nebuchadnezzar sent to assemble his lieutenants, the superintendents and the governors, the judges, the treasurers, the counselors, those learned in the law, and all rulers of the provinces, and Ibid. 12. There are certain Jewish men, etc., and further on, 27, it reads, and the lieutenants, superintendents and governors, and the king's counselors, being assembled together, saw these men, etc. Hence 4 of those mentioned in verse 2 are missed. The disciples of our Eleazar b. Jacob taught, even at the time of danger one shall not change the dress belonging to his dignity. As it reads, Ibid. 21, then were these men bound in their mantles, etc. Said our Johanan, upright men are greater than angels, as it reads, Ibid. 25, he answered and said, so, I see 4 men unbound, walking in the midst of the fire, and there is no injury on them, and the appearance of the 4th is like a son of the gods. Hence the angels are mentioned last. R. Tanhin b. Hanilai said, when Shenaniah, Mishael, and Azariah came out of the cauldron, the nations came and kicked Israel in their faces, saying, Ye have such a God, and ye bowed yourself to the image. They, Israel, immediately confessed, saying, Ibid 9:7, Thine, O Lord, is the righteousness, but unto us belongeth the shame of face, as it is this day. Our Samuel b. Naaman, in the name of our Jonathan, said, it reads, Solomon's Song, 7:9, I thought, I wish to climb up the palm tree, I wish to take hold of its boughs. I thought, I will take hold of the whole tree, but now I claim only one branch, of the palm Israel, that of Hananiah, etc. R. Johanan said, it reads, Zech I. 8, I saw this night, and behold there was a man, Ish, riding upon a red horse, etc. This night, the Lord intended to plunge the whole world into night. Behold there was a man, the Holy One, who is named, X 15:31, Ish, Lord of War. Upon a red horse, he intended to plunge the world into blood, but after looking upon Shenaniah, Mishael and Azariah he gave up his intention. As it reads further on, and he was standing among the myrtle trees, Hadisin. And by myrtle trees are meant the upright. As it reads, Esther 2:7, and he brought up Hadassah. And deep valley means Babylon. As is 44:27 reads, that saith to the deep, Be dry, and thy rivers will I dry up. Behind them were red, immediately the red which were filled with anger became pale, and the red became white. Said our Papa, infer from this that if one sees a white horse in his dream, it is a good sign. But what became of Shenaniah, Mishael, and Azariah after they came out of the cauldron, as there is no further mention of them? According to Rab, they died from an evil eye. And according to Samuel, they died in order not to bring further shame on Israel. R. Johanan, how? Ever, said that they returned to Palestine, married, and begot children. As it reads, Zech 3:8, Do but hear, O Joshua the high priest, thou and thy fellows that sit before thee, for men of wonder are they. And who were the men to whom wonder was done, if not Shenaniah, etc.? But where was Daniel at the time that they were thrown into the cauldron? Said Rab, he went to dig a river in the city of Tiberias. And Samuel said, he was sent by Nebuchadnezzar to bring a certain kind of grass from Palestine, to build it in Babylon. And our Johanan says, he was sent to bring swans from Alexander of Egypt. But was it not said above by Tudus the physician that no swan left Alexandria without removal of the womb, for the purpose that they should not multiply in other countries? He brought little ones, and the Egyptians were not aware that he took time for the purpose that they should multiply in Babylon. The rabbis taught, according to the advice of the following three: Daniel went away before the affair of Shenaniah, etc., happened, the Holy One, blessed be he, Daniel himself, and Nebuchadnezzar. The Holy One, for the reason that people should not say they were saved because of Daniel's good deeds. Daniel said, I shall go away that it shall not be done with me, as in Deuteronomy 3:25, the graven images of their gods shall ye burn with fire, and Nebuchadnezzar said, Let Daniel go, in order that people shall not say I have burnt my God in fire. And whence do we know that Nebuchadnezzar worshipped him? From Dan 2:46, Then did King Nebuchadnezzar fall upon his face, and he bowed down to Daniel. It reads, J 29:21-23, Thus hath said the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, concerning Achab the son of Kaliah, and of Zedekiah the son of Maaseiah, who prophesy unto you in my name falsehood. And a curse shall be derived from them for all the exiled of Judah who are in Babylon, saying, May the Lord make thee like Zedekiah and like Achab, whom the king of Babylon roasted in the fire. It does not read whom he burned, but whom he roasted. And our Johanan in the name of our Simeon b. Johai said, Infer from this that they were roasted as people roast grain. It reads farther on, Ibid. 23, Because they have done scandalous deeds in Israel, and have committed adultery with the wives of their neighbors. What had they done? They went to the daughter of Nebuchadnezzar. Achab said, The Lord has commanded me to tell thee that thou shalt listen to Zedekiah. And the latter said the same, that she should listen to Achab. And she went and told this to her father. To which he answered, It is known to me that their God abhors incest. When they shall come to you again, send them to me. She did so. And to the question of Nebuchadnezzar, Who told you to do so? They said, The Lord. But Shenaniah and his colleagues told me that such a thing is prohibited. And they answered, We are also prophets as they are, and this command was given to us, of which they were not aware. Then said the king, Would try you as I did Shenaniah and his colleagues. And to their claim, they were three, and we are only two, he gave them the choice of any one they liked, who should be thrown with them into the cauldron. And they selected Jehoshua the high priest, thinking that his merit was so great that it would save them also. Jehoshua was then brought, and all three were thrown into the cauldron. They were burned, but Jehoshua was saved. Only his garments were singed. And this is what it reads, Zech 3:1-3, And he showed me Jehoshua the high priest standing before the angel of the Lord. And the Lord said unto the accuser, The Lord rebuke thee, O accuser, etc. Satan said to him, I know that you are an upright man, but why did the fire affect your garments, which was not the case with Shenaniah, Mishael and Azariah? And he answered, They were three, and I one. And to the question, Was not Abraham the patriarch also only one when he was thrown into the cauldron? He answered, With Abraham there were no wicked ones whom permission was given to the fire to affect, but with me were two wicked, and permission was given to the fire. And this is what people say, 2 dried pieces of chard would burn the third which is wet. But why was he punished? Said our Papa, because his sons married such as were not fit to be the wives of priests, and he did not object. And this is meant by filthy garments, mentioned in the verse cited. Our Tanhun said, Bar Kapara lectured in Siporius thus, it reads, Ruth 3:17, These 6 barleys gave he unto me. How is to be understood 6 barleys? It cannot be meant literally, for would a man like Boaz give 6 grains of barley as a gift? And it also cannot be said, measures of barley, as it is not customary for a woman to carry 6 measures. Therefore the 6 barleys were a hint that in the future 6 sons would come out from her, each of whom would be blessed with 6 blessings, viz., David, Messiah, Daniel, Shenaniah, Mishael, and Azariah. David as it reads, Isam 16. 18, Then answered one of the servants, and said, Behold, I have seen a son of Jesse the Bethlehemite, who is skillful as a player and a mighty valiant man, and a man of war, and intelligent in speech and a person of good form. And the Lord is with him. Messiah as it reads, is 11. 2, And there shall rest upon him the Spirit of the Lord, the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, the Spirit of counsel and might, the Spirit of knowledge and of the fear of the Lord. Daniel, Shenaniah, Mishael, and Azariah as it reads, Dan I. For, lads in whom there should be no kind of blemish, but who should be handsome in appearance, and intelligent in all wisdom and acquainted with knowledge, and understanding science. And such as should have the ability to serve in the king's palace, and that these should be taught the learning and the language of the Chaldeans. Hence all of them were blessed with 6 things. Concerning the verse cited about David, said Jehudah in the name of Rab, the whole verse is a slander, said by Dog the Edomite. Who is skillful as a player, who knows how to propound questions, mighty valiant man, who knows how to answer questions, a man of war, who understands argument in the disputations of the Torah. Intelligent in speech 89, he understands from one thing another one, a person of good form, who is able to give good reasons for halakas, the Lord is with him, the halakha always prevails with him. To all the things mentioned above Saul said, My son Jonathan possesses all the same qualities. But when he heard that the halakha prevailed with him, a qualification which he himself did not possess, for concerning Saul it reads, Isam 15. 47, And whithersoever he turned himself, he caused terror, and about David it is written, In whatsoever he turned to be he was successful. 90, He was dejected, and began to be jealous. But whence do we know that it was Dog who said so? From Ibid 16. 18, One of the servants, the most distinguished of them, and Ibid 26. 8, And his name was Dog the Edomite, the chief of the herdsmen that belonged to Saul. Concerning the verse cited about Messiah, it reads also farther on, Vahari who, animated, from which Alexandri infers that he is always overloaded with the divine commandments and chastisements resting upon him as Rehaim, a handmill. And Rabbah said, the term Vahari who means smelling I.e., he judges by smelling. As farther on it reads, And not after the sight of the eyes shall ye judge, and not after the hearing of the ears. But nevertheless, he judges with righteousness the poor and decides with equity for the suffering ones of the earth, and he shall smite the earth with the rod of his mouth, and with the breath of his lips shall he slay the wicked. Hence, if not by the eye and not by the ear, it must be by smelling, and therefore the sages did not recognize Bar Kochba, who claimed to be the Messiah and ruled 2.5 years, because he did not judge by smelling. And now concerning the verse cited about Shenaniah, Mishael, etc., that they had no blemish. Said Haman be Hanina, not even a scratch was to be found on their bodies. The ability to serve in the king's palace, that they were able to restrain themselves from laughing, sleeping, and dreaming, and even from departing for one's necessity for fear of the king. It reads farther on, Ibid. 6, Now there were among these, of the children of Judah, etc. According to Eleazar, all of them were of the tribe of Judah, and according to Samuel b. Naaman, Daniel only was of Judah, but Shenaniah, Mishael, and Azariah were of other tribes. It reads, is Lvi. 5, I will indeed give unto them an everlasting name. Said Tanhun, Bar Kapara lectured in Saporius that this means the book of Daniel, which is named after him. 91 Let us see. All which is written in the book of Ezra was said by Nehemiah b. Chakaliah. Why, then, was it not named after him? The book of Nehemiah in our Bible was not as yet separated from Ezra in the time of the Talmud. Said Nehemiah b. Abba, because he was proud of it. As it reads, Navi 19, Remember for me, my God for good, all that I have done for this people. But did not David also say similar to this, P.S. Lvi? For, remember me, O Lord, when thou favorest thy people. This was said only as a prayer. Joseph said, the book was not named after him because he slandered the former governors. As it reads, Nay v. 15, former governors, had made it heavy. Had taken of them bread and wine, besides 40 shekels. And in this slander Daniel, who was greater than he, was also included, as he was of the former governors who made their exodus from Babylon a long time before Nehemiah. And whence do we know that Daniel was greater than he? From Dan x. 7, and I, Daniel, saw alone this appearance, but the men that were with me did not see the appearance. Nevertheless a great terror fell upon them, so that they fled to hide themselves. Who were these men? Said are, Jeremiah, and according to others, are, Hiabi, Abba, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi. In one respect he was better than they, for he saw the appearance, but they did not. And in another respect they were better than he, as they were prophets, while he was not. But why were they shocked when they saw nothing? Though they did not see it, their guardian angels did. Said Rabbina, infer from this, that if a man is shocked, unaware of the cause, his guardian angel must be aware of it, and his remedy is stepping back for Els, or reading the portion of Shema. And if he stands in a dirty place, where it is not allowed to recite the portion of Shema Israel, he may say, the goats of the butcher are stronger than I. It reads, is 9. 6, for promoting the increase of the government, and for peace without end, etc. Sedar Tanhun, Bar Kapra lectured in Seporias about this verse thus, why is the first word of this verse distinguished? In all other words if a mem happens to be among its letters, if at the beginning or in the middle, it is an open one. Here, however, the mem, which is the second letter of this word, is closed, which is usually only at the end of a word. It is because the Holy One, blessed be He, was about to make Hiskiah the Messiah, and Sanherib who declared war against him as a substitute for Gog and Magog the future nations who will declare war against the Messiah. Said the divine attribute of justice for him, Lord of the universe, David, the King of Israel, who recited before thee so many songs and praises, thou madest him not a Messiah. Hiskiah to whom thou hast done so many miracles, and he recited neither songs nor praises shouldst thou make him a Messiah. And therefore the mem was closed, as a hint to this. The earth, however, opened her mouth and said, Lord of the universe, I will recite songs before thee instead of this upright, and thou, I pray thee, make him a Messiah. And she did so immediately, as it reads, Ibid 24. 16, from the edge of the earth have we heard songs, glory be to the righteous. And the governor of the world also said before him, O Lord of the universe, do, I pray thee, the desire of this upright. Then a heavenly voice was heard saying, It is my secret, it is my secret. To which the prophet exclaimed, Woe is me! Till what time will it be postponed? And the heavenly voice answered, Till the treacherous will have dealt treacherously. And Rabbah, and according to others, are, Itzhak, explained this, until disgrace after disgrace will have come upon Israel. It reads, Ibid 21. 11, the prophecy concerning Duma. Unto me one calleth out of Loir, Watchman, what of the night? Watchman, what of the night? Sedar, Johanan, the angel who rules the souls after their departure from this world, is named Duma. And the latter said that all spirits gathered themselves to him questioning him, What said the watchman of the world, the Lord, about the exile which is equalized to night? And he answered, So said the watchman, the morning cometh, but previously will be a long, long night. If, however, ye desire to pray that he shall hasten it, try to do so by repenting of your sins, and coming again prepared for redemption. It was taught in the name of our Papias. It is a shame for Hiskiah and his associates not to have recited any song until the earth recited hers, as the verse, from the edge of the earth, etc., cited above, reads. Similar to this it reads, X. 18:10, Blessed be the Lord who hath delivered you. And it was taught also in the name of Papias. It was a shame for Moses and the 600,000 Israelites with him who didn't say this benediction till Jethro came. It reads, Ibid. Ibid 9, they had rejoiced, Jethro, the Hebrew term had means to sharpen. And according to Rab, it means that he passed a sharp razor upon the flesh of his body. He performed the ceremony of circumcision. And according to Samuel it means that his whole body pained as if stuck with sharp needles. Said our Papa, this is what people say, one shall not dare to disgrace any heathen before a descendant of a proselyte, even if he is of the 10th generation. It reads, Isa. X. 15, Therefore will the Lord, the Eternal of hosts, send forth among his mashmanov, fat ones, leanness. What is meant by the term mashmanov? In Hebrew shamuno means 8. The Lord said, Hiskiah who has 8 names shall take revenge on Sanherib who also has 8 names. Hiskiah's 8 names are enumerated in Isa. 9. 5, For a child is born unto us, a son hath been given unto us, and the government is placed on his shoulders and his name is Pele, Yez, El-Jibor, Abi, Ad, Sar, Shalom. And concerning Sanherib it reads, 2 Kings, 15. 9, Thiglash-Pileser, Ibid 19, Pool, 2 Kron, 28. 20, Pilneser, 2 Kings, 17. 3, Shalmaneser, Isa. XX. Sargon, and Ezra, 4. 70, Asnapper, Rabbah, Viakira. The name Hizkiah is not counted, for he was named so because God strengthened him. And the name Sanherib is also not counted, for he was named so because he said vile words against heaven. Said R. Johanan, why was he named Asnapper, the honored and the great? Because he did not speak evil of the land of Israel, as it reads, 2 Kings, 18. 32, Until I come and take you away to a land like your own, etc. Rab and Samuel. According to one he was a clever king, because if he would have said that he would take them in a better land than theirs they would consider him a liar. And according to the other he was a fool, for what use could it be for them to go in a land which is not better than their own? To where did he exile the 10 tribes of Israel? According to Mars Sutra to Africa, and according to R. Hanina to the mountains of Slug. However, the 10 tribes of Israel slander the land of Israel, for when they reached the city of Sus they said that it was like their own land. And when they came to the city of Elman they said that it is like our Elman, Jerusalem. And when they reached the second Sus they said that it was much better than their own land. It reads, Isa. X. 16, And under his glory shall be kindled. According to our Johanan it means, under his dress garments, as he used to call garments glory. Hence the body was burned, but not the garments. Our Eleazar, however, maintains, under his glory, means under the flesh I.e. Only the soul was burned as by the children of Aaron. There is a Beratha in the name of our Joshua b. Karha, Pharaoh who personally blasphemed heaven, was also punished by heaven. Sanherib, who blasphemed though a messenger, was also punished though a messenger. Concerning Pharaoh, it reads, XV. 2, And Pharaoh said, Who is the everlasting, whose voice I am to obey? And he was punished by heaven, as it reads, Ibid xiv. 27, And the Lord overthrew the Egyptians in the midst of the sea. And also, Habakkuk, 3. 15, But, thou didst pass along over the sea. Concerning Sanherib it reads, 2 Kings, 19. 23, By thy messengers thou hast blasphemed the Lord. He was punished through a messenger, as it reads, Ibid 3:5, And it came to pass, that an angel of the Lord smote in the camp of the Assyrians, 180 and 5,000. R. Hanina b. Papa propounded a contradiction from Isa. 37. 24, I will enter into the height of its summit. 2 Kings, 19. 23, I will enter into the lodgings of its summit. Thus thought Sanherib, I will first destroy the lower dwelling and thereafter the higher one. Art Jehoshua b. Levi said, it reads, Ibid 18. 25, Now am I come up without the Lord, will, against this place to destroy it? The Lord hath said to me, Go up against this land, and destroy it. What is it? He heard the prophet who said, Isa 8. 6-7, Forasmuch as this people despiseth the waters of Shiloach that flow softly, and rejoice in Regan Remaliabu's son, etc. Said Joseph, were it not for the translation of this verse into Chaldaic, we would not understand its meaning. The translation is thus, because this people despised the kingdom of David, who ruled them gently like the waters of Shiloach which flow gently, and grew fond of Regan and the son of Remaliabu. Johanan said, it reads, Kerovi 3. 33, the curse of the Lord is in the house of the wicked, Pekkachbi, Remaliabu, who used to consume 40 sauce of pigeon as a dessert. But the habitation of the righteous will he bless, Hizkiah, king of Judah, whose whole meal consisted of a liter of herbs. It reads, Isa 8. 7 and 8, the king of Assyria. And he shall penetrate into Judah, over flood and flood over, even to the neck shall he reach. Now as Sanherib acted in accordance with the prophecy, why then was he punished? The prophet prophesied concerning the 10 tribes, and he himself made up his mind to go to Jerusalem. Then came the prophet and said, Ibid 23, and no fatigue, befalleth, him that oppresseth them. And Eleazar b. Brachia explained the passage thus, a people who are occupied with the study of the law will not be delivered over to their oppressor. In the first time, he made light of the land of Zebulun and of the land of Naphtali, and at the last he will deal hard, with the way by the sea, on the other side of the Jordan, up to the Galilee of the nations, not like the first. Who threw off the yoke of the Thorah, but like the latter, who tolerated the heavy yoke of the Thorah, and therefore deserved that a miracle should happen to them as happened to those who passed the Red Sea and to those who stepped over the Jordan. Hence if he will retract to turn away from Jerusalem, well and good, but if not, I will make him a shame among all other nations. It reads, 2 Chron 32. After these things and veritable events came Sanherib the king of Assyria, and invaded Judah, and encamped against the fortified cities, and thought to break them open for himself. Is such a present given to the men of truth? And also what is meant by after? Said Rabina, it means after the Holy One, blessed be he, had sworn, saying, if I would tell Hizkiah that I will bring Sanherib, and deliver him in his hands, he would say I want neither to be scared nor to have him delivered to me. And therefore the Lord swore that he will bring him in, as it reads, Isa. XIV 24 and 25, sworn hath the Lord of hosts, saying, surely as I have purposed, so doth it come to pass, and as I have resolved, so shall it occur. To break Ashur in my own land, and upon my mountains will I tread him under foot, then shall his yoke be removed from off them, and his burden shall be removed from off their shoulders. Said Johanan, the Holy One, blessed be he, said, Sanherib with his companions shall come and be made a crib for Hizkiah and his associates. It also reads, Ibid x. 27, and it shall come to pass in that day, that his burden shall be removed from off thy shoulder, and his yoke from off thy neck, and the yoke shall be broken because of the fatness. Said Itzhak of Napha, the yoke of Sanherib was broken because of the fats of Hizkiah which he used to kindle in the prayer house and in house of learning. He placed a sword on the gate of the house of learning as a sign that he who will not occupy himself with the Thorah shall be slain by the sword. And thereafter a search was made from the city of Dan to the city of Beersheba, and there was not found one ignoramus among them. And also from the city of Gebeth to the city of Antiphras, and there was not found one who was not acquainted with the law of purification, even among the women and children. And to that generation it reads, Ibid 7. 21, and it shall come to pass on that day, that a man shall nourish, but, 1 young cow and 2 sheep. And 23, and it shall come to pass on that day that every place, where there are, now, 1,000 vines worth 1,000 silver shekels, shall be this shall be, given up, to briars and thorns. Which means though the vine was so valuable it was left to briars and thorns because all of them occupied themselves with the study of the law. It reads, Ibid 33. 4, and your spoil shall be gathered as the cricket gathereth. The prophet said to Israel, gather your spoils. And to the question, shall each one gather for himself or shall it be divided into equal shares? The prophet answered, As the cricket gathereth, as the gathering of the cricket is each one for himself, so also shall be your gathering. And when they objected, saying, Is there not among these the property of the 10 tribes which was robbed by the Assyrian? He answered, So long as it was mingled among it, it is not considered the property of the 10 tribes. 92. R. Hunah said, 10 trips had the wicked made on that day, as it reads, Ibid x. 28-32, he cometh to Iath, he passeth on to Migron, at Michmash he layeth up his baggage, they go through the pass, they take up their lodgings at Geba, Ramah trembleth. Gibeah of Saul fleeth. Let thy voice resound, O daughter of Gaulim. Listen Laishah, O poor Anathoth. Madmenah is in motion, the inhabitants of Gabin, etc. Are there not enumerated more than 10 places? Verse 30. The prophet said to the assembly of Israel thus, Those daughter of Gaulim means Abraham, Isaac and Jacob, who performed divine commandments as numerous as the waves of the sea. Laishah means be not afraid of Laishah, which means Sanherib, but of Nebuchadnezzar, who is equalized to a lion, as it reads, Japhor. 7. The lion has come up from his thicket. O poor Anathoth! There will come a prophet from Anathoth, Jeremiah, who will prophesy the destruction of Jerusalem. Verse 32, As yet will be remain at Nob. What does this mean? Said R. Hunah, there was one day more appointed for the punishment of the iniquity of Nob. And the astrologers told Sanherib that if he could reach Jerusalem on that day he would be victorious. He therefore hastened his march and made a journey of 10 days in one. And when he reached Jerusalem a ladder was made for him, upon which he ascended to view the whole city which was visible from that place. And it appeared to him very small, so that he exclaimed, Is this the city of Jerusalem for which I have troubled all my forces? Is she not smaller and weaker than all the great cities and countries which I have besieged with my powerful arm? He nodded his head, and gestured with his hands over the mountain of the temple in Zion and over the court of the temple in Jerusalem. And as his army wanted to put their hands on Jerusalem immediately, he told them that they were at present too tired, but on the morrow every one of them should bring with him a piece of the wall which surrounds it. Concerning that night, however, it reads, 2 Kings, 19:35, And it came to pass, on that same night, that an angel of the Lord smote of the Assyrians 185,000 men. And when the people arose early in the morning, behold they were all dead corpses. Said our Papa, This is what people say, if the judgment is postponed over one night, there is hope that it will be abolished entirely. It reads, 2 Sam, 21:16, And Yishbi at Nob, who was of the children of the Rapha, the weight of whose spear was 300 shekels of copper, he being girded with a new armor, thought to slay David. What is meant by Yishbi at Nob? Said R. Jehudah in the name of Rab, it means that this happened because of that which was done to the city of Nob. The Lord said to David, How much longer will the iniquity of Nob rest upon thee? Thou caused the destruction of the priest's city of Nob. Thou caused the iniquity of Dog the Edomite, and through thee Saul and his 3 sons were killed. Now thou hast the choice of one of the following 2. Either thou shalt not leave any issue, or that thou couldst be delivered over to thy enemies. And he answered, Lord of the universe, it is better for me to be delivered over to the enemy than my descendants shall be destroyed. It happened then that David went to a village and the Satan appeared to him in the form of a ram. He shot an arrow at it, but it did not reach it. So he ran after it till he passed the border of the Philistines. And when Yishbi of Nob saw him he said, This is he who killed my brother Goliath. He bound him, gagged him and put him under an olive press. However, a miracle occurred in that the earth under him became soft, and he was not killed. To this it is written, PS 18:37, Thou enlargest my steps under me, so that my joints do not slip. That day was an eve of Sabbath. And Abishai b. Zeruiah used to wash his head with 4 pitchers of water, and spots of blood appeared on the water. According to others, a dove flew to him, flapped her wings as if in trouble. And he said the assembly of Israel is equalized to a dove. Hence it must be that David the king of Israel is in trouble. He went to David's house but did not find him there. And he said, I was taught, one must not ride on a king's horse, must not sit on his chair, etc. But how is it at the time of danger? He went to the college and questioned concerning it. To which he was answered that at the time of danger one may. Then he rode upon the king's mule and miraculously the earth jumped towards him. And while riding he saw Arpa, the mother of Yishbi, sitting and spinning. When she saw him she broke the thread of her spindle and threw it at him with the intention of killing him, simulating that it had accidentally slipped. Then she said, Young man, hand me my spindle. And he took the spindle, threw it at her head, and she was killed. When Yishbi of Nob saw Abishai, he said, Now there are two, and they will be able to kill me. He took David and threw him up high, and placed the point of his spear so that David should fall upon it, and be killed. And Abishai mentioned a certain holy name, through which David remained between the sky and the earth. But why didn't David himself mention such a name? Because a prisoner cannot liberate himself from prison without help. Abishai then questioned David what he was doing there. And he narrated before him what the Lord told him and what his answer to it was. Said he to him, Reverse thy prayer. Thy grandson may go and sell wax, but thou thyself must not take any trouble upon thee. Rejoined David, If it must be so, then succor me to pray. For it reads, Psalm, XXX. 17, But Abishai the son of Zeruiah succored him. And Jehudah, in the name of Rab, said that he succored him in prayer. Thereafter Abishai mentioned another holy name and took David up on the knees, and both ran away. And Yishbi ran after them. And when they reached the village of Kubi, situated on the boundary of Palestine, they thought, Let us stop here and fight him. However, they went to the village of Tri and said to themselves that 2 cubs of a lion are able to kill a big lion. When the fight began they said to him, Go back, and you will see that your mother is dead. And when he heard this he became weak, and then they killed him. And this is what is written, Ibid. 17, Then swore the men of David unto him, saying, Thou shalt go out no more with us to battle, that thou mayest not quench the lamp of Israel. The rabbis taught, to the following 3 the earth jumped, to Eliezer the servant of Abraham, to Jacob our father, and to Abishai Zeruiah, to the latter, as it was said above. To Eliezer the servant of Abraham, as it reads, Gen 24. 42, And I came this day unto the well. This day means on the same day he went from home. To Jacob our father, as it reads, Ibid 28. 10 and 11, And Jacob went out from Beersheba and went towards Charan. And he, Vaifka, lighted, upon a certain place and tarried there all night, because the sun was set, etc. When he reached Charan he said, Is it right of me not to have prayer when I passed the place my parents passed? He resolved to return, and soon after his resolution the earth jumped and he met Bethel. And another explanation is that Vaifka means praying, as it reads, Jah 7. 16, But thou pray not thou in behalf of this people, nor lift up in their behalf entreaty or prayer, nor make an intercession, Altifka, to me, for I will not hear thee. And tarried there all night, etc. He wanted to return after he prayed, but the Holy One, blessed be he, however, said, This upright came to my inn and he should go away without staying overnight. He made, therefore, the sun set immediately. And this is what it reads farther on, Ibid 32. 32, And the sun rose unto him as he passed by Penuel. Does the sun only rise to him and not to the whole world? Therefore said R. Itzhak, it means the sun which has set for his sake has risen now for him. And whence do we know that David's children were destroyed? From 2 Kings 11. 1, And when Athaliah the mother of Achazion saw that her son was dead, she arose and destroyed all the seed royal. But did not Yosh remain? There in the case of Nob also Abiathar remained, as it reads, Sam 22. 20, Nr. Jehudah said in the name of Rab, if from Achimelech's family there would not one have remained, there would not have remained from David's family a single soul. R. Jehudah in the name of Rab said, Sanherib the wicked, when he came to attack, brought with him 45,000 princes with their concubines in golden carriages, and 80,000 valiant men which were clothed in coats of mail, and 60,000 girded with swords, who ran before the army. And the remainder were riders. Similar to this army was the one that attacked Abraham. And such will come in the future with Gog and Magog. In a Beratha it was taught, the length of his camp was 400 parses, and the width of the necks of his horses were 40 parses. And the total of camp was 260,000, less one. Question Abai, what is meant by less one? Less 1,000, less 100, or less, one literally. The question was not decided. There is a Beratha, the first part of Sanherib's army passed the Jordan by swimming, as it reads, is 8. 8, he shall penetrate into Judah, overflow, etc., the middle part standing on their feet, as it reads, even to the neck shall he reach. The water was so diminished by the swimming of the first part, that these had to pass over on foot. And by the last part, the Jordan was so dry, that the dust whirled up by the tramping of their feet. And they found no water to drink, and they had to bring it from another place, as it reads, Ibid 28. 25, I have dug and drunk water. But is it not written that the angel smote only 180 and 5,000, and when they arose early in the morning they were all corpses? Said Abuhu, this enumerates only the officers of the army. Said Rabina, it seems to be so from 2 Chr 32. 21, and the Lord sent an angel, who cut off every mighty man of valor and leader and captain in the camp of the king of Assyria, and when he returned with shame of face to his own land, he went into the house of his God. And those that were come forth from his own bowels felled him there with the sword. With what did the angel smite them? Eliezer said, with his hand. As it reads, X 14. 31, and Israel saw that great hand which the Lord had shown, i.e., that which will take revenge on Sanherib. And Jehoshua said, with the finger. As it reads, Ibid 8. 15, then said the magicians unto Pharaoh, this is a finger of God, this means the one which will take revenge on Sanherib. And Eliezer b. Hosea the Galilean said, the Holy One, blessed be he, said to Gabriel, is thy sickle, of death, polished? And he answered, Lord of the universe, it is ready, polished, since the 6 days of the creation. As it reads, is 21. 15, from the drawn sword, from the bent bow. Simeon b. Jokai said, that was the time when the fruit became ripe, and the Holy One said to Gabriel, when thou wilt go to make the fruit ripe, by the way, thou shalt attend to them. As it reads, Ibid 28. 19, for morning by morning shall it pass by day and by night, and the mere understanding of the report shall cause terror. Said Papa, this is what people say, when thou passest by the door of thy enemy, look at it. According to others the angel blew into their nostrils till they died. As it reads, Ibid x 1. 24, when he breathed upon them, they withered. Jeremiah b. Abba said, they died from the striking of his hands. As it reads, Ezek 21. 22, I will strike my hands together, and I will cause my fury to be assuaged. And Itzhak of Napha said, he revealed their ears so that they hear the songs of the angel and become deaf from it. As it reads, Ibid 33. 3, when thou liftedst thyself up nations were scattered. And how many remained of them? According to Rab, 10, as it reads, Ibid x 19, and the rest of the trees of his forest shall be few in number, so that a boy may write them down. And what can a boy write a yad, which counts 10? And Samuel said, 9, as it reads, Ibid 17, 6, 2 or 3 berries on the top of the uppermost bough, 4 to 5 on the outmost branches of a fruitful tree. And Jehoshua beat, Levi said, 14, as the just cited verse reads 2, 3, 4, 5. Johanan, however, said, only 5, and they were Sanherib and his 2 sons, Nebuchadnezzar and Nebuzaradan, the latter is known by tradition, and concerning Nebuchadnezzar, it reads, Dan 3. 25, and the appearance of the 4th is like a son of the gods, and if he would not have seen him first, how would he know how an angel looks? And concerning Sanherib, it reads, 2 Kings 19. 37, and it came to pass, as he was prostrating himself in the house of Nisroch his god, that Adramelech and Sharezer his son smite him. Arthabuhu said, were it not for the following verse it would be impossible to believe. It reads, is 7. 20, on the same day, will the Lord shave with the razor that is hired, from among those on the other side of the river, with the king of Assyria, the head and the hair of the feet, and also the beard shall it entirely remove. The Lord sent an angel, who appeared before Sanherib as an old man, and questioned him, when thou willst return to the kings of the east and the west, whose sons thou broughtest with thee, and who were killed, what excuse canst thou give to them? And he answered, I myself am trembling about this. Canst thou advise me what to do? And he rejoined, Go and change thyself that thou mayest not be recognized. And to the question how should this be done, he told him, Bring me scissors and I will cut your hair off. And to the question where he shall take the scissors, he showed him a certain house, telling him to go there and that he will find what he needs. He went there, and found angels who had appeared before him as men, engaged in grinding the kernels of dates. And he asked them for a scissors. To which they answered, Grind 1 kernel and thou wilt get it. He did so and got the requested scissors. But when he returned it grew dark, and he was told to bring light. And while carrying the light, the wind blew and caught his beard, and therefore he was compelled to cut off his hair and his beard. And this is what is written, and also the beard shall it entirely remove. Said Papa, this is what people say, then you are engaged in cutting the hair of an Aramean, singe his beard, and you will have to laugh for a long time. When he went away he found a board from the ark of Noah. And he exclaimed, This is the great God, who saved Noah from the flood. I vow that if I will succeed in the future, I will sacrifice my 2 sons to him. This his sons heard, and therefore they killed him, and this is what is written in the above cited verse, 2 Kings 19. 37. It reads, Gen 14. 15, and he divided himself against them, he and his servants by night, Lojla, and smote them. Said Johanan, the name of the angel who came to assist Abraham was Lojla, night, as it reads, Job 3. 3, and the night when it was said, There hath been a male child conceived, etc. And Itzhak of Napha said, The term Lojla concerning Abraham means that the stars of the night assisted him in his war as they did in the war with Sisera, Judges, v. 20, from heaven they fought the stars in their courses fought against Sisera. Said Resh Lakish, the explanation of Napha is better than that of the Bar Napha, Johanan, who is always called Bar Napha. Johanan said, When this upright, Abraham, reached the city of Dan he became weak, as he saw that in the future his children will worship idols in Dan, as it reads, 1 Kings, xii. 29, and the other put he in Dan. And also this wicked, Sanherib, did not feel strong until he reached Dan, as it reads, J 8. 16, from Dan was heard the snorting of his horses. Arphazerah said, although Joshua b. Levi sent a message, in which among other things he said be careful with the children of the Gentiles, as it happens very often wisdom emanates from them, the following may be nevertheless proclaimed. It reads, Ibid, 12. 1-3, 2, Righteous art thou, O Lord, that I could plead with thee, yet must I speak of, the principles of, justice with thee, wherefore is the way of the wicked happy? Do all those prosper that deal treacherously? Thou hast planted them. They have also taken root, they grow, they also bring forth fruit, thou art near in their mouth, and far from their mind. And he was answered, Ibid, Ibid. 5. If thou hast run with the footmen, and they have wearied thee, how then canst thou contend with the horses? And if in the land of peace, wherein thou trusted, they wearied thee, how then wilt thou do in the swelling of the Jordan? As a parable to this is, one who proclaims that he is able to run 3 parses in front of horses in the swamps. And a pedestrian happened to say to him that he is able to do the same. And he tried to run in front of him 3 miles and became tired. And then he said, If you become tired by running in front of me, how much the more in front of horses? If only from 3 miles, how much the more from 3 parses? If you become tired on dry land, how much the more would you become so in the swamps? Similar to this was it said to Jeremiah. Thou art wondering that I have rewarded that wicked for the 4 steps he was running for the sake of my glory, how much more will you wonder when I will come to pay the reward of Abraham, Isaac and Jacob, who used to run for me like horses? And this is what is written, Ibid 23. 9. To the prophets broken is my heart within me, all my bones shake, I am like a drunken man, because of the Lord, and because of his holy words. But what 4 steps are meant? Those of Isa 39. I, at that time sent Merodach-Baladan, the son of Baladan, the king of Babylon, letters and presents to Hezekiah, for he had heard that he had been sick, and was becoming strong again. And to this it reads also, 2 Chron 32. 31, and in the same manner in the business of the ambassadors, who sent unto him to inquire concerning the wonder that had happened in the land. And what is it? What are? Johanan said, that the day on which Achaz died consisted of only 2 hours. And when Hezekiah became sick and thereafter recovered, the Holy One, blessed be he, returned the 10 hours to that day, as it reads, Isa 38. 8. Behold, I will cause the shadow of the degrees, which is gone down on the dial of Achaz by the sun, to return backward 10 degrees. So the sun returned 10 degrees, by the degrees which he was gone down. Merodach-Baladan then questioned why that day is so long. And he was told, because Hezekiah was sick and recovered. He said then, If there is such a man, must he not be greeted? Write him a letter of greeting. And they wrote, Peace to the king Hezekiah, peace to the city of Jerusalem, and peace to the great God. At that time Nebuchadnezzar was Merodach's scribe. But this letter was written in his absence. When he returned and heard of this he asked them what they wrote. And they told him so and so. And he exclaimed, Ye named him the great God, and greet him at the end. It ought to have been written, Peace to the great God, peace to the city of Jerusalem, and peace to Hezekiah. And they told him that the dictator of the letter should be the messenger. He then ran after the messenger to make him return. But after he ran 4 steps Gabriel came and stopped him. And Johanan said, If Gabriel would not have stopped there would be no remedy for the people of Israel. What does the term Ben-Baladan mean? It was said that Merodach's father was a king whose appearance was changed to that of a dog. And his son Baladan sat on the throne. And when he used to sign his name he did so in conjunction with his father's for the sake of his honor. And to this it reads, Malachi, 6, A son honoreth his father, and a servant his master. A son honoreth his father, as just mentioned, and a servant his master, as in, J. 12 and 13, and in the 5th month on the 10th day of the month, which was the 19th year of King Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, came Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, served the king of Babylon, unto Jerusalem. And he burnt the house of the Lord, etc. But was Nebuchadnezzar, indeed, at that time in Jerusalem? Is it not written, 2 Kings 25. 20, And Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, took these, and conducted them to the king of Babylon to Riblah. And Abuhu said that Riblah is identical with Atukiah. Hista and Itzhak b. Abudamai, one said that the image of Nebuchadnezzar was engraved on his carriage, and the other that the fear of Nebuchadnezzar rested upon Nebuzaradan, so that it always appeared to him that he was standing by him. Rabbah said, 300 mules loaded with iron saws which cut iron were given to Nebuzaradan by Nebuchadnezzar while going to attack Jerusalem. And all of them were broken at one gate of Jerusalem, as it reads, PS 74. 6. And now they hew in pieces the carver work thereof altogether with hatchets and hammers. Seeing this he thought to return, but a heavenly voice was heard, Jumper, the son of a jumper, O Nebuzaradan, jump now, and thou wilt succeed, as the time for the destruction of the sanctuary and for the burning of the temple has arrived. And one saw remained with him, and with it he struck the gate, and it opened, as it reads, Ibid 5, the enemy, is known as one that lifteth up high axes against the thickets of a forest. Then he slew every one coming under his hand till he reached the temple and kindled it. However, the temple wanted to fly away, but it was prevented by heaven and was trodden down, as it reads, Lamentations, I. 15, a winepress hath the Lord trodden over the virgin, the daughter of Judah. Nebuzaradan became proud of all this, and a heavenly voice was heard saying, You slew a killed nation, a burnt temple have you burned, grind flour have you grind, as it reads, Isa 47. 2. Take the mill and grind meal. Uncover thy locks, lift up the train, uncover the thigh, pass over the rivers. It does not read, and grind wheat, but grind meal. He then saw the blood of Zechariah the prophet, which was boiling. He asked, What is it? And he was told that it is blood of sacrifice which was spilled. And he said, I will bring such blood and see if it will be similar. He did so, but it didn't correspond. Said he to them, Reveal to me this secret, for if not I will scratch your flesh with iron combs. They told him then that it was that of a priest and prophet, who had prophesied the destruction of the temple and was slain. Said be to them, I will reconcile him. He slew the rabbis over his blood, but it didn't become quiet. He brought then the little school children, slew them, and it didn't affect. He slew then the young priest over it, and it didn't cease to boil. He slew then altogether 940,000, and still the blood did not rest. He approached the blood, saying, Zechariah, the best of thy people I slew, dost thou want that I shall slay all of them? And the blood immediately rested. He then repented, thinking they had suffered so much only for one person. I who have shed so much blood, how much will I have to suffer? He then ran away, sent his will to his house, and became a proselyte. The rabbis taught, Naamani's proselytism was only to perform the 7 commandments given to the descendants of Noah. Nebuzaradan, however, was a true proselyte, from the descendants of Sisera were such who studied the law in Jerusalem, and from the descendants of Sanherib were such who taught the Torah among a majority of Israelites. And they are Shmaiah and Abtaliah. From the descendants of Haman were such who learned the Torah in the city Beenbrak. And even the descendants of Nebuchadnezzar, the Holy One, blessed be he, thought to enter them under the wings of the Shekinah. But the angels prayed before him, Lord of the universe, he who has destroyed your house, burned your temple, shouldst thou enter him under the wings of the Shekinah? And this is what reads, Julie 9, We would have healed Babylon, but she was not healed. And Ulla said this means Nebuchadnezzar. Samuel b. Naaman, however, said, it means the waters along the dry, or stony, palms of Babylonia. Ulla said, Ammon and Moab were the 2 bad neighbors of Jerusalem, and when they heard the prophets prophesying the destruction of Same, they sent to Nebuchadnezzar, Come up. And to his answer that he is afraid that they will do to him as they have done with their former enemies, they said to him, Prov. 7:19, For the man is not in his house, and by the man is meant the Lord. He, however, sent to them, he is near to them, and will return. They sent again to him, he is gone on a journey a great way off. Nebuchadnezzar, however, sent to them, I am aware that among them are upright, who will pray for them to him and he will return. And they answered, The bag of money hath he taken with him, and by a bag of money, the upright are meant, as it reads, Hosea 3:2, So I bought me such a one for 15 pieces of silver, etc. He sent again, The wicked of them will repent, pray, and will be listened to. And they answered, He has already appointed a time for repenting, as it reads, Parov 7. 19, by the day of Kesa only will he return, and the term Kesa means, an appointed time, as it reads, PS 81. 4. Blow on the new moon, the cornet at the time appointed, Kesa, on the day of our feast. He, however, sent to them, It is winter, and I cannot come up because of snow and rain. And they sent to him, The mountains will protect thee, as it reads, is 16. 1. Send ye the lambs of the ruler of the land from Selah, through the wilderness unto the mount of the daughter of Zion. He, Nebuchadnezzar, sent to them, When I will arrive there I will have no place to reside. And they answered, Their graves are better than your palaces, as it reads, J8. 1 and 2, At that time, saith the Lord, shall they bring out the bones of the kings of Judah, and the bones of the princes, and the bones of the priests, and the bones of the prophets, and the bones of the inhabitants of Jerusalem, out of their graves. And they shall spread them out before the sun, and the moon and all the hosts of heaven, which they have loved, and which they have served, and after which they have walked. Naaman said to Itzhak, Have you heard when the fallen sun will come? And to the question, Who is it? He answered, The Messiah. And the Messiah you call, the fallen son? And he said, Yea, for it reads, Amos 9. 11, On that day will I raise up the tabernacle of David, which is fallen. And he answered, Thus said Johanan, In the generation in which the son of David will come scholarly men will decrease, and by the remainder their eyes will protrude from sighing and sorrow, many chastisements and many evil decrees will be renewed, one will not cease as yet, while another will have come. The rabbis taught, In this sabbatic period in which the son of David will appear in the first year there will be fulfilled what is written, in Amos 4. 7, And I caused it to rain upon one city, and upon another city I caused it not to rain. In the second year, arrows, tokens, of famine will be sent. In the third, a great famine, from which men, women, and children, pious men and men of good deeds will die, and the Torah will be forgotten by their scholars. In the fourth there will be abundance, and not abundance. In the fifth there will be great abundance, and the people will eat, drink, and enjoy themselves, and the Torah will return to her scholars. In the sixth, voices will be heard saying that the Messiah is near. In the seventh, war will be, and at the end of the seventh, Ben David will come. Said Joseph, Were there not many sabbatical periods which were like this, but still he did not come? Said Abai, Were then the above-mentioned voices heard in the sixth? And was there in the seventh war? And secondly, has it then happened in the same order as said above? There is a Beratha. Jehudah said, The generation in which the son of David will come, the houses of assembly will be converted into houses of prostitution. Galilee will be destroyed. The place called Gablon will be astonished. Men of the borders of Palestine will travel from one city to another, but will find no favor. The wisdom of the scribes will be corrupted. Men fearing sin will be hated. The leaders of that generation will have the nature of dogs. And truth will be missing, as it reads, is licks. 15, And thus is the truth missing. What does this mean? It was said in the college that it passes away like flocks. 93, And he that departeth from evil is regarded as foolish. Said the school of Shelah, He who turns away from evil is regarded as foolish in the eyes of the people. Said Rabbah, Previously I thought there is no truth in the whole world. However, I met thereafter a certain rabbi named Tubbath, according to others Tebumi, and if the whole world filled with gold would be given to him, he would not change his word or tell a lie. It happened once that he came to a city named Kushta, truth. And the inhabitants of that city would not change their word, and it never happened that one should die an untimely death. And he married one of its inhabitants, and she bore him 2 children. It happened once that his wife washed her head and a female neighbor came to ask for her, and he thought that it was not nice to say that she is washing her head, and therefore said that she is out. And the 2 children died. And when the inhabitants came to ask him what was the reason that such an unusual thing happened to him, he told them the truth. And they requested him to move away from their city in order not to cause untimely death. R. Nehurea taught, the generation in which the son of David will come, young men will make pale the faces of the old men will rise before youth, a daughter will rebel against her mother, a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. The leaders of the generation will have the nature of dogs, and a son will not be ashamed when his father reproaches him. There is a Beratha, our Nehemiah said, the generation in which Ben-David will come, insolence will increase, an evil man will be honored, respect will be missed, the vine will give forth its fruit abundantly. Wine, however, will be dear, and all the governments will be turned over to Minnith, will embrace the religion of the Minim, and no preaching will avail. And this is a support to our Itzhak, who said that Ben-David will not come unless all governments will be turned over to Minnith. Where is to be found a hint to this in the scripture? Leviticus 13. 13, it is all turned white, he is clean. The rabbis taught, it reads, Dut. 32, 36 and 37, for the Lord will espouse the cause of his people, and bethink himself concerning his servants, when he seeth that their power is gone, and the guarded and fortified are no more. Ben-David will not come until the denouncers will increase. According to others, unless the disciples will decrease, and still according to others, until the pockets will be empty of Aparother. And some others also say unless they will renounce their hope to be redeemed. And this is as our Zerah found the rabbis occupying themselves with the question of the Messiah. And he told them, I beg you do not make the thing further than it is, as there is a Beratha that the following three come suddenly after renouncing all hope for them, viz., the Messiah, found in a bite of a serpent. R. Tina said, for 6,000 years the world will continue, and in the seventh it will be destroyed. As it reads, Isa 12. 11, and exalted shall be the Lord alone, on that day. Abai, however, said 2,000 will be destroyed, as it reads, Hosea 6. 2, he will revive us after 2 days. There is a Beratha in accordance with our Tina, as in the sabbatic period, the seventh year is a release, so will it be with the whole world that 1,000 years after 6 will be a release, as above cited verse, Isa 12. I, and, PS 92. 11, a psalm or song for the Sabbath day, which means the day which will be all Sabbath. And as, Ibid XC. For 1,000 years are in thy eyes but as the yesterday when it is past. The disciples of Elijah taught, the world will continue for 6,000 years, the first 2,000 of which were a chaos, Tahu, the second 2,000 were of wisdom, and the third 2,000 are the days of the Messiah. And because of our sins many years of these have elapsed, and still he has not come. Elijah said to our Jehudah, the brother of our Salah the pious, the world will continue for no less than 85 jubilaic periods, and in the last jubilaic period Ben-David will come. And to the question, at its beginning or at its end? He answered, I don't know. Has this passed already, or will it come? He also answered, I don't know. Our Ashi, however, said, Elijah told him thus, until the above-mentioned time will pass you shall not have any hope for him. But after that time, you may hope. Our Hananbi Talifa sent a message to our Joseph, I met a man who possessed scrolls written in Assyrian characters and in the holy language. And to my question from where he got it, he answered, I hired myself to the Persian army, and among the treasures of Persia I found it. And it was written therein that after 2,291 years of the creation, the world will remain an orphan, many years will be the war of Wales, and many more years will be the war of Gog and Magog. And the remainder will be the days of the Messiah. But the Holy One, blessed be he, will not renew the world before 7,000 have elapsed. And our Rabbah said, after 5,000 years from today. There is a Beratha, R. Nazhan said, the following passages bore a hole to the depth, i.e., as no one can fathom the depth, so no one can come to the exact meaning of these, viz. Habakkuk 2. 3, For there is yet a vision for the appointed time, and it speaketh of the end, and it will not deceive, though it tarry, wait for it, because it will surely come, it will not be delayed. It is not as our masters lectured about this from Dan. 7:25, and they will be given up into his hand until a time and times and half a time. And not in accordance with our Simlai, who used lecture about this form, PS 80. 6, Thou feedest them with the bread of tears, and givest them tears to drink in great measure. And also not in accordance with our Akiba, who used to lecture about this from Haggai 2. 6, For thus said the Lord. Yet one thing more will I do, it is but little, when I will cause to quake the heavens and the earth, and the sea, and the dry land. But the first kingdom was of 70 years, the second of 52, and the kingdom of Bar Kochba, 2 years and a half. 94. What does the verse, speaketh of the end, to mean? Said our Samuel b. Naaman, in the name of our Jonathan, blown out shall be the souls of those who are sitting and appointing times for the arrival of the Messiah. Because they usually err, and when the appointed time comes and the Messiah does not appear, they say that he will not come anymore. But everyone has to wait for him, as it reads, Wait for him, because he will surely come. And lest one say, We are awaiting but he does not wait, therefore it reads, Isa XXX. 18, Smiley face, and therefore will the Lord wait, to be gracious unto you, and therefore will he exalt himself, to have mercy upon you. But if he and we are awaiting, who prevents him to come? The divine attribute prevents. But if so, what is the use of our waiting? To receive reward for waiting, as the cited verse ends, Happy are those that wait for him. Abai said, There are no less than 36 upright in every generation who receive the appearance of the Shekinah, see Sukkah, page 68, and there it reads every day instead of every generation. Is this so? Did not Rabbah say that the row in front of the Holy One, blessed be he, contains 18,000 parses, as it reads, Ezek 48. 35, all around it shall be 18,000 rods. This presents no difficulty. Abai speaks of those who are looking in a specular, which gives the right light. And Rabbah speaks of those who are looking in such, which does not give the right light. But are there, indeed, so many? Did not our Simeon b. Jokai say, I see the very greatest men in the world are very few, etc., see Ibid, line 6. This presents no difficulty. Our Simeon b. Jokai speaks of those who may enter without permission, and Rabbah speaks of those who must have permission. Said Rab, all the appointed times for the appearance of the Messiah have already ceased. And it depends only on repentance and good deeds. Samuel, however, said, It is sufficient for the mourner to remain with his own sorrow, i.e., the suffering of Israel for such a long time is sufficient that they should be redeemed even without repentance. And on this point the following Tanaim differ. Our Eliezer said, If the people of Israel will repent they will be redeemed, but not otherwise. Said Jehoshua to him, According to you, if they will not repent they will not be redeemed at all. Replied our Eliezer 95 The Holy One, blessed be he, will appoint, for this purpose, a king whose decrees concerning Israel will be as severe as Haman's were. And this will bring them back to the better side, and they will repent. There is another Beratha, our Eliezer said, If the people of Israel will repent they will be redeemed, as it reads, Jah 3. 14, Return, O backsliding children, I will heal your backslidings. Said our Jehoshua to him, Is it not written, Isa. Li 3, For thus hath said the Lord, For naught were you sold, and without silver shall ye be redeemed, i.e. For naught were you sold to the idolaters, and not because of repentance and good deeds will you be redeemed. Rejoined R. Eliezer, but does it not read, Malachi 3. 7, Return unto me, and I will return unto you, said the Lord. Rejoined he, does it not read, Jah 3. 14, For I am become your husband, and I will take you one of a city and two of a family, and bring you to Zion. Said our Eliezer again, it reads, Isa XXX. 15, In repose and rest shall ye be helped. And our Jehoshua answered, I call your attention to, Ibid 49. 7, Thus hath said the Lord, the Redeemer of Israel, his Holy One, to him who is despised by men, to him who is abhorred by nations, to the servants of rulers, kings shall see it and rise up, princes, and they shall prostrate themselves. For the sake of the Lord who is faithful. And our Eliezer rejoined, To this it is written, Jah 1, If thou wilt return, O Israel, saith the Lord, unto me, must thou return. Said our Jehoshua to him, I call your attention to, Dan 12. 7, Then heard I the man clothed in linen, who was above the waters of the stream. And he lifted up his right hand and his left hand unto the heavens, and swore by the ever-living one that after a time, times and a half, and when there shall be an end to the crushing of the power of the holy people, all these things shall be ended. And our Eliezer kept silent. Said Rabbah, The appointed time for the Messiah cannot be more revealed than in this passage, as it reads, Ez 36. 8, But ye, O mountains of Israel, ye shall send forth your boughs, and your fruits shall ye bear for my people Israel. Our Eleazar said also from, Zech 8. 10, For before those days, there was no reward for man, nor any reward for beast. And for him that went out or came in there was no peace, because of the oppressor. What do the last words in this passage mean? Said Rab, also the scholars, of whom it reads, PS 6. 165, Abundant peace have they who love thy law, will also have no peace from the oppressor. Samuel, however, said, The cited verse means the Messiah will not come until high prices will be for all articles of life. R. Hanina said, The Son of David will not come unless even a piece of fish will be sought for a sick one and it will not be found, as it reads, Ez 32. 14, Then will I make clear their waters, and cause their rivers to flow like oil. And it reads also, Ibid 29. 21, On that day will I cause to grow a horn for the house of Israel, and unto thee will I open the mouth in the midst of them. 96 R. Hannah B. Hanina said, Ben David will not appear unless every office of the government, even the least one will be removed from the children of Israel, as it reads, Isa 18. 5, He will both cut off the tendrils with pruning knives, and the sprigs will he remove and cut down. And thereafter it reads, Ibid 7, At that time shall be brought as a present unto the Lord of hosts a people polled and torn. And Zerah, in the name of our Hanina, said, Ben David will not come until the haughty men of Israel will cease to be, as it reads, Zeph 3. 11, For then will I remove out of the midst of thee, those that rejoice in thy pride, and thou shalt never more be haughty again on my holy mount. And thereafter it reads, 12, I will leave remaining in the midst of thee an humble and poor people, and they shall trust in the name of the Lord. Our Simli said, In the name of our Eleazar b. Simeon, Ben David will not come unless there will cease to be judges and officers of Israel, as it reads, Isa 25 and 26, And I will turn my hand against thee, and I purge away as with lye thy dross, and remove all thy tin. And I will restore thy judges as at first, and thy counselors as at the beginning, etc. Said Ulla, Jerusalem will not be redeemed but by charity, as it reads, Isa 27, Zion shall be redeemed through justice, and her converts through Zdaha, the meaning of which is both righteousness and charity. Said R. Papa, when insolence shall cease to be in Israel, the magus of the Persians who causes much trouble will also cease to be, as it reads, Ibid 25, and purge away as with lye thy dross, and remove all thy tin. When judges of Israel will cease to be, the brutal executions of the Persian court servants will be abolished, as it reads, Zeph 3. 15, The Lord hath removed Mishoftaka, literally, the judges from thee, he hath cleared away thy enemy. R. Johanan said, When you see that wisdom decreases continually from a generation, you may hope for the Messiah, as it reads, 2 Sam 22. 28, and the afflicted people thou wilt save. And he said again, if you see chastisements and evils are increasing in a generation like the waters of the rivers, await the Messiah, as Isa flicks. 19, for there shall come distress like a stream. And the next verse reads, but unto Zion shall come the Redeemer. He said again, Ben David will appear either in a generation in which all will be upright or in one in which all shall be wicked. All upright, from Ibid 9. 21, and thy people they all will be righteous, for ever shall they possess the land. And all wicked, from Ibid licks. 16, and he saw that there was no man, and wondered that there was no intercessor. And, Ibid 48. 2, for my own sake, will I do it. R. Alexandri said, Jehoshua b. Levi propounded a contradiction, it reads, Ibid 9. 22, I the Lord will hasten it in its time. Hasten, and, in its time, contradict each other. And the answer was that if they will be worthy I will hasten it, and if not, they must wait till the right time will come. The same said again that the same authority propounded another contradiction from, Dan 7. 13, behold with the clouds of heaven came one like a son of man. Zech 9. 9, lowly and riding upon an ass. And the answer was, if they will be worthy he will come with the clouds of heaven, and if not, he will come upon an ass. The king Saba said to Samuel, you say that your Messiah will come upon an ass, let me send him the best horse of my stable. And he answered him, do you then possess a horse of 100 colors as the ass of the Messiah? A joke to a joke. R. Jehoshua b. Levi met Elijah standing at the gate of the cave of Ar. Simeon b. Jokai and asked him if he will have a share in the world to come. And he answered, if it will be the will of this Lord. Said R. Jehoshua, 2 persons have I seen and the voice of the third have I heard. 97 I questioned him further when the Messiah will appear. And he answered, go and ask him himself. But where is he to be found? At the gate of Rome, among poor people inflicted with wounds. And how can I recognize him? All the inflicted poor open the bandages of all their wounds, fix all of them and then dress them. And he opens one bandage, fixes the wound and dresses it, and then goes on to the next one, for the reason that perhaps he will be cold and there will be a delay till all the wounds are dressed. R. Jehoshua went to him, and when he met him he said, peace be to thee, my master and teacher. And he answered, peace be with thee, son of Levi. And to Jehoshua's question, when will the master appear? He answered, this day. When Jehoshua met Elijah again, the latter questioned him as to what the Messiah said to him. And he said, peace be with thee, son of Levi. Said Elijah, he assured you of a share for thyself and for thy father in the world to come. Rejoined Jehoshua, he made a fool of me by saying that he will come this day. And Elijah answered, the expression, this day, means as in, PS 95. Yea this day, if you will hearken to his voice. The disciples of R. Jose b. Kisma questioned him when the son of David will appear. And he answered, I am afraid you will request from me a sign. And they assured him that they would not. He then said to them, when this gate will fall, be rebuilt and fall again, be rebuilt again and fall again. And before it will be rebuilt for the 3rd time the Messiah will appear. The disciples then said, our master, give us a sign. Have you not promised that you will not ask of me for any sign? They answered, nevertheless we would like to have it. And he said, if it is as I say, the spring of the cave of Panias shall be converted into blood. And so it happened. While dying he said to his disciples, put my coffin very deep into the earth, for there will not be one tree in Babylon to which a horse of the Persians will not be tied. And there will not remain one coffin in the land of Israel from which the horses of the Moabites will not eat straw. Rab said, Ben David will not arrive until Rome shall have dominated over Israel 9 months, see Yoma, p. 13, where it is said, over the entire world, see there the sources also. Said Ula, Messiah may appear in the near future, I, however, wish not to see him. And the same said Rabbah. R. Joseph, however, said, I pray for his coming in my days, and that I shall have the preference to sit in the shadow of his ass. Said Abai to Rabbah, Why does the master not wish to see the Messiah? Is it because of the lot which will be at that time? Is there not a Beretha that the disciples of our Eleazar questioned him, What may one do to be saved from the lot of the Messiah? And he answered, He shall occupy himself with the Torah and with bestowing favors to the people, and you, Master, are doing both, why then are you afraid? And he answered, Perhaps sin will cause me to suffer by the lot. And this is in accordance with our Jacob B. Edie, who propounded the following contradiction. It reads, Gen 28. 15, And, behold, I am with thee, and will keep thee whithersoever thou goest. And, Ibid 32. 8, Then Jacob was greatly afraid, and he felt distressed. Hence after he was promised by the Lord, he was still afraid. And the answer was that he was afraid perhaps his sins caused what happened, as we have learned in the following Beretha. It reads, X 15. 16, Till thy people pass over, their first coming to Palestine, till this people pass over, their second coming to Palestine from Babylon. From which we may infer that the second coming ought to be equal in miracles with the first. And why did not miracles occur at the second coming? Because of their sins. Johanan also said, The Messiah may come, but I shall not see him. Said Resh Lakish to him, What is your reason? Is it because of Amos, v. 19, as if a man were to flee from a lion, and a bear should meet him, and he enter into the house, and lean his hand against the wall, and a serpent should bite him? Come, and I will show you a similarity to this in the world at this time. E.g. One is going to his field and a bailiff meets him, trying to contest this title to the field. Is this not equal as if a lion should meet him? And when he enters the city a collector from the government meets him, is this not equal as if a bear should meet him? And when he enters his house and finds his sons and daughters starving, is this not equal as if a serpent would bite him? It must then be because of J-X. 6, Ask ye now, and see whether a male doth give birth to a child. Wherefore do I see, Jeber, every man with his hands on his loins as a woman in giving birth? And why are all faces turned pale? What is meant by, I see every Jeber? Said Rabbah B. Itzhak in the name of Rab, him, God, from whom all the strength comes. And what is meant by, all faces turned pale? Said R. Johanan, the heavenly household and the household of the earth, as at the time the Holy One, blessed be he, said, Both Israel and the nations are my work, why then should I destroy the one for the other? Said R. Papa, this is what people say, if the ox which is liked by the owner falls while going on his way, and he is compelled to substitute for it a horse which he does not like very much, when the ox, however, becomes better, it is difficult for him to remove the horse because of the ox. 98. Art Giddel said in the name of Rab, the years of abundance in the time of the Messiah, will benefit Israel. Said Art Joseph, is this not self-evident? Who else then should have benefit from them, Hilek and Bilek, as in English Dick and Harry? This was said by him in order to deny our Hillel's theory, who said farther on, that Israel has no more to wait for a Messiah, as they have consumed him already at the time of Hezekiah. Said Rab, the world is created only for such men as David. And Samuel said, for such men as Moses. And Johanan said, for such men as the Messiah. But what is his name? The disciples of Shelah said, Shelah is his name, as it reads, Gen 49. 10, Until Shelah will come. The disciples of Janai said Jinan is his name, as it reads, PS 72. 17, In the presence of the Son, Jinan is his name. And the disciples of Hanina said, Hanina is his name, as, J 16. 13, So that I will not grant you Hanina favor. According to others, Menachem B. Hizkiah is his name as in, Sam, I, 16, for from me and Menachem, Comforter, that should refresh my soul. And the rabbis said, the sufferer of the house of Rabbi is his name, as, is, 53. 4. But only our diseases did he bear himself, and our pains he carried, while we indeed esteemed him stricken, smitten of God and afflicted. Said our Naaman, if Messiah is among the living he is a man like myself, of whom it reads, G*X. 21, and their leader shall be of themselves, and their ruler shall proceed from the midst of them. Said Rab, if he is among the living it is our holy Rabbi, and if he was from the death it was Daniel. Said R. Jehudah in the name of Rab, in the future the Holy One, blessed be he, will create for them another David, as it reads, Ibid 9, and David their king, whom I will raise up unto them. It does not read, I raised, but, I will raise. Said our Papa to Abai, does it not read, Ezek 37. 25, David my servant shall be prince unto them forever. As it is now a Caesar and a half Caesar. Our Simlai lectured, it reads, Amos, v. 18, Woe unto you that long for the day of the Lord. For what do you wish the day of the Lord? It is, one of, darkness and not of light. It is similar to a cock and a bat who were waiting for light. The cock said to the bat, I look out for the light, because the light is mine, I see it, but for what purpose do you wait for it? And this is what Amin said to our Abu Shu, when will your Messiah appear? When your people will be surrounded with darkness. Rejoined the Min, do you caution me? And he answered, no, but, Isa 9:2, reads, For behold, the darkness shall cover the earth, and a gross darkness the people. But over thee will shine forth the Lord, and his glory will be seen over thee. There is a Beratha, our Eliezer said, 40 years will be the days of the Messiah. As it reads, PS 95. 10, 40 years long did I feel loathing on this generation. Our Elazar b. Azariah said, 70 years, as, Isa 23. 15, 70 years like the days of one king. By one king, the Messiah is meant. Rabbi, however, said, it will continue 3 generations, as, PS 72. 5, They shall fear thee, as long as the sun shineth, and in the presence of the moon throughout all generations. Our Hillel, however, said, There is no more any Messiah for Israel, as they have consumed him already in the days of Hizkiah. Said our Joseph, May the Lord forgive our Hillel. Hizkiah was at the time of the first temple, and Zechariah prophesied at the time of the second temple, and said, Zech 9. 9, Be greatly glad, O daughter of Zion, shout, O daughter of Jerusalem. Behold, thy king will come unto thee, righteous and victorious is he lowly, and riding upon an ass, and upon a colt the foal of a she-ass. There is another Beratha, the days of the Messiah are 40 years, as it reads, Deuteronomy 8. 3, And he afflicted thee, and suffered thee to hunger, and, Ps. Xc. 15, Cause us to rejoice as many days as those wherein thou hast afflicted us, hence, as their journey in the desert was 40 years, so long will be the days of the Messiah. So our Eliezer. Our Dusa, however, said, 400 years, as in, Gen 15. 13, And they will afflict them 400 years. And as the above cited verse reads, To rejoice as many days as thou afflicted us, hence it is 400 years. Rabbi said, 365 years, according to the days of the year when counted after the sun, as, Isa 23. For the days of vengeance was in my heart, and the year of my Redeemer was come. What is meant, the day of vengeance is in my heart. Said our Johanan, I revealed it to my heart, but not to any other member of my body. And our Simeon b. Lachish said, I revealed it to my heart, but not to the angels. Abami b. Abuhu taught, 7,000 years will be the days of Messiah, as it reads, Ibid 62. 5, And as a bridegroom is glad over the bride, so will be glad over thee thy God, which is 7 days, and each day of the Lord is 1,000 years. R. Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, the days of the Messiah will be as from the day of creation till now, as it reads, Deuteronomy 11. 2:1, as the days of heaven over the earth. Arthanaman b. Itzhak said, as from the day of Noah till now, as, Isa. Live, 9, for as the waters of Noah is this unto me, as I have sworn, etc. Our Hayat b. Aba in the name of our Johanan said, all the prophets have prophesied only for the days of the Messiah, but concerning the world to come it reads, Ibid 64. 3. No, I, also, had seen a God beside thee. And he differs with Samuel, who says that there is no difference between this world and the days of the Messiah only concerning the dominion of foreigners over Israel. R. Haya said again in the name of our Johanan, the prophets prophesied only to those who have repented, but concerning the entirely upright, it reads, No eye has seen, etc. And they differ with R. Abuhu, as he said that at the place where those who have repented will be placed, entirely upright cannot be placed, as it reads, Isa. 57. 19, Peace, peace to him that is afar off, and to him that is near. Hence afar off is first, and then is that is near. And what is meant by far off? Who previously was far off and now is near. And what is meant by near? He who was first near, and is also now near. R. Johanan, however, explained, far off means one who was always far off from sin, and near means one who was near to sin, but now is far off. The same said again in the name of the same authority, the prophets prophesied only to him who marries his daughter to a scholar, to him who is in business for a scholar, and to him who benefited the scholars by his estate. But to the scholars themselves, an eye has not seen, etc. What is this? Said our Jehoshua b. Levi, this is the wine which is preserved in the grapes since the days of the creation. And Resh Lakish said, that is the Eden which no eye has seen. And lest one say that Adam the first was there. Adam dwelt only in the garden. And lest one say that both are one and the same. To this it reads, Gen 2. 10, and a river went out of Eden to water the garden. And he who says that the Torah is not given by heaven, etc. The rabbis taught, it reads, number 15. 31, because the word of the Lord hath he despised and his commandment hath he broken. It means him who says that the Torah is not given by heaven. According to others it means an Epicurean. Still another explanation is that, the word of the Lord hath he despised, means him who explains the Torah against the true law. His commandment hath he broken means circumcision, Hikarath shall be cut off from this world. Tikarath from the world to come. Said R. Eleazar the Modoi, it is inferred from this that he who profanes the sanctuary, who despises the festivals, he who breaks the covenant of Abraham our father, he who explains the Torah in a wrong way. He who makes pale in public the face of his neighbor, although they possess wisdom and good deeds, have no share in the world to come. There is another Beretha, he hath despised the word of God, means him who says that the Torah was not given by heaven, and even if he says that the Torah is given by heaven, except such and such, which is not by the Holy One, but by Moses himself. And even if he says that the whole Torah is by heaven except such and such an explanation, such an a fortiori conclusion, such an analogy of expression, they are considered as despising the word of the Lord. There is another Beretha. R. Meir said, the just cited verse means him who learned the Torah but does not teach it. Artha Nathan said, it means him who does not care for the Mishnah. Artha Nearim said, it means him who is possible to study the law, but does not. R. Ismail, however, said, it means an idolater. How does he infer this from this passage? As in the following Beretha, the disciples of R. Ismail taught, he hath despised the word of the Lord, means him who has despised the words which were said to Moses at Sinai, I am the Lord thy God, there shall not be any other God before thee. Archit Jehoshua b. Karcha said, he who learns the Torah and does not repeat it, is similar to him who sows but does not harvest. Jehoshua said, "He who learned the Torah and forgot it, is similar to a woman who bears children and buries them." Said Akiba, "One shall systematize his study as a song which is to be sung daily, and this will cause his singing in the world to come." Said Itzhak b. Abudamai, "Where is an allusion to be found to this in the scriptures?" Kerov 16:26, "The desire of the laborer laboreth for his mouth imposeth it on him, which means he is laboring here and the Torah labors for him in another place." Elazar said, "Every man is created to labor, as it reads, Job, v. 7, but man is born unto labor." From this, however, we do not know if it means mental or manual labor. As the end of the above-cited verse, Kerov 16:26, ends, "For his mouth imposeth it on him," hence mental labor is meant. But still I am not aware if it means wisdom or gossip. But as Josh 8 reads, "This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth," hence it means for the labor of the Torah. And this is what Rabbah said, "Every body is a deltaronu phi alpha tau omicron. Well is to him who is a drophanto for the Torah." Resh Lakish said, "He who occasionally studies the Torah lacks sense," as it reads, Prov. 22:18, "For it is a pleasant thing if thou keep them within thy bosom, if they be altogether firmly seated upon thy lips." The rabbis taught, it reads, Number 15:30, "But the person that doth aught with a high hand, means Manasseh b. Hizkiah, who was offending the legends of the Torah by saying, Has not Moses written something better than in, Gen 36:22, and Lot's sister was Thimnah, or that she was a concubine of Eliphaz b. Esau, or that of, Ibid 13:14. And Reuben went in the days of the wheat harvest and found mandrakes in the field. A heavenly voice was then heard, Ps. L. 20, Thou sittest and speakest against thy brother, against thy own mother's son thou utterest slander. And to him also applies, Isa. v. 18, Woe unto those that draw iniquity with the cords of falsehood, and as with a wagon rope, sinfulness. What does a wagon rope mean? See Sukkah, page 80, line 3. But what means in reality the verse, Lot's sister was Thimnah? Thimnah was a princess, as it reads, Gen 36:40, Duke Thimnah, and a dukedom is a kingdom without a crown. And she desired to become a proselyte, but Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob did not accept her. And she went and became the concubine of Eliphaz b. Esau, saying it is better to be a servant in this nation than to be a princess of another. And the offspring from her was Amalek, who troubled Israel as a punishment to their parents, who ought not to have driven her out. Reuben went in the days of harvest, etc. Said Rabbah b. Itzhak in the name of Rab, infer from this that the upright do not stretch their hands out to robbery. What are the dudaim which Reuben found? According to Rab they were Jabrachin, and according to Samuel mandrake flower. R. Alexandri said, Those who occupy themselves with the Torah for her own sake cause peace to reign in the heavenly household and in the household here below, as it reads, Isa. 27:15, If he but take hold of my strength, make peace with me, make peace with me. And Rab said, He is considered as if he had built both palaces of heaven and earth, as it reads, Ibid li. 16, And I have placed my words in thy mouth, and with the shadow of my hand have I covered thee, to plant the heavens and to lay the foundations of the earth. R. Johanan said, He is also considered as a protector of the world, as it reads, With the shadow of my hand have I covered thee. Levi said, He makes redemption sooner, as this verse ends, to say to Zion, Thou art my people. Resh Lakish said, He who teaches the Torah to his neighbor's son the verse considers him as if he had created him, as it reads, Gen 12:5, and the persons they had obtained in Charan. R. Elazar said, He is considered as if he has created the law, as it reads, Deuteronomy 29:8, Keep ye therefore the words of the covenant, and do them. And Rabbah said, He is considered as if he created himself from the same verse. Do not read Otham, but Atham, ye yourselves. Audiobook said, he who hastens his neighbor to do a meritorious act, the verse considers him as if he himself has done it, as it reads, X 17. 5. And thy staff wherewith thou smotest the river take in thy hand and go. Did he, then, smite the river? Did not Aaron do this? Hence it was written to teach that the verse considers him as if he himself has done it. Epicurean, etc. Both Rab and Hanina said, he who disgraces a scholar is meant. And both Johanan and Jehoshua b. Levi said, he who disgraces his neighbor in the presence of a scholar. It is correct according to them who said that an Epicurean is he who has done as in the latter case, as then he who disgraces a scholar himself is considered as explaining the Torah a wrong way. But according to them who say that he who disgraces a scholar himself is considered only an Epicurean, who then is considered as explaining the Torah wrongly? E.g., Manasseh b. Hizkiah. There were those who taught the same concerning the latter part of the Mishnah, who explains the Torah not according to the true law. And to this Rab and Hanina said, he who disgraces a scholar. And Johanan and Jehoshua b. Levi said, he who disgraces his neighbor in the presence of a scholar. And the question was, if he who disgraces his colleague in the presence of a scholar is considered as explaining the Torah wrongly, who then is considered an Epicurean? Said R. Joseph, e.g., those who say, what good do the rabbis do to us? They read and study the Torah for their own sake. Said Abai to him, such are also considered as explaining the Torah wrongly, as it reads, Jah 33. 25, thus said the Lord, if my covenant be not day and night, I would not have appointed the ordinances of heaven and earth. 99 This is inferred also from, Gen 18. 26, then will I spare all the places for their sake. So are, Naaman b. Itzhak. And an Epicurean is considered e.g., if one sits before his master and recollects a halakha stated somewhere else and says, so we have learned there, but does not say, and the master said so. Rabbah, however, said, an Epicurean is considered e.g., the disciples of Benjamin the physician, who used to say, what good have the rabbis done for us? They have never permitted us to eat a crow, and they have not prohibited us to eat a dove, hence all remains as it is in the scriptures. It happened that a question of legal or illegal meat was brought before Rabbah from the house of Benjamin the physician, and he saw a reason to permit the use of it, and he said then, see, I have permitted you a crow. The same happened again and he saw a reason to prohibit it, and also said, see, I have prohibited a dove to you. Papa said, even he who speaks of the rabbis in the same language as when he speaks of common people. However, he himself forgot his statement in talking about the rabbis, and thereafter when he recollected it, he fasted. Levi b. Samuel and Hunah b. Hiah used to prepare mantles for the holy scrolls in the college of Jehudah. When they came to the book of Esther, they said, for this certainly no mantle is needed. Said Jehudah to them, even such a language is as used by the followers of Epicurus. Naaman said, he who named his master by his name without adding, my master. As Johanan said, why was Gekatzi punished? Because he named his master by his name, 2 Kings, 8. 5, this is our son whom Elisha restored. Jeremiah was sitting in the presence of Zerah and said, the Holy One, blessed be he, will create a river in the future, which will issue from the Holy of Holy Chamber, and on its edges the best fruit will be grown, as it reads, Ezek 47. 12, and by the stream upon its banks, on this side and on that side, shall grow up all kinds of trees for food, the leaves of which shall not fade, and the fruit of which shall not come to an end, every month shall they bring forth new ripe fruit. Because its water is that which issueth out of the sanctuary, and their fruit shall serve for food, and their leaves for remedies. And there was a certain old man who said, thanks, so also said Johanan. Said Jeremiah to Zerah, is such a language also not used by the Epicureans? And he answered, nay, he is only supporting you, and if you have heard that such a language must not be used, it is what is said in Last Gate, pp. 210 and 211, from, it is written, to Rabbah. What means, leaves for remedies? R. Itzhak b. Abutamai and R. Hista. One said, to make the dumb speak. And the other, to open the womb when there is a difficulty in bearing the child. And so also was it taught by Hizkiah, to open the mouth of the dumb, and by Bar Kapra, to open the womb. R. Johanan, however, said, it is to be explained literally, remedies for everything. R. Samuel b. Naamani said, it means a remedy for the appearance of those who have studied with their mouth, as R. Jehudah b. Simon lectured, he who makes his face black by studying the Torah in this world, the Holy One, blessed be he, will make radiant his face in the world to come, as it reads, Sol. Song, v. 15, his countenance is as Lebanon, excellent like the cedars. R. Tanhunbi Hanilai said, he who starves because of the words of law in this world, the Holy One, blessed be he, will satiate him in the world to come, as it reads, P.S. 36. 9. These will be abundantly satisfied with the fatness of thy house, and of the stream of thy delight wilt thou give them to drink. When Abdamai came from Palestine, he said, the Holy One, blessed be he, will give in the future to every upright his handful of reward, as it reads, Ibid 68. 20. Blessed be the Lord, day by day he loadeth us, with benefits. Our God is our salvation. Said Abai to him, how is it possible to say so? Is it not written, Isa. X1. 12, who hath measured in the hollow of his hand the waters, and meted out the heavens with the span? And he answered, why are you not used to study Haggadah? It was said in the West in the name of Rabba Beit Mari, the Holy One, blessed be he, will give in the future to every upright man, 310 worlds, as it reads, Pirovi 8. That I may cause those that love me, etc., and these two letters count 310. And this is called a handful. There is a Beretha, our Meir said, the measure with which one measures will be measured out to him I.e. As man deals, he will be dealt with, as it reads, Isa. 27. 8. In measure, by driving him forth, thou strivest with him. Said Jehoshua to him, how is it possible to say so? E.g. If one gives to a poor man a handful of charity, will then the Holy One, blessed be he, give the donator his handful? Does it not read, he meted out the heavens with a span? Said he to him, and you do not say so? What measure is greater of good or of evil? You must say that the former is greater than the latter, as concerning good it reads, P.S. 78. 23 and 24, then he ordained the skies from above, and the doors of heaven he opened. And he let rain down upon them manna to eat, and the corn of heaven gave he unto them. And concerning evil it reads, Gen 7. 11, the windows of heaven were opened. It is said elsewhere that the size of a door is as the size of 4 windows. Now, come and read what is written about chastisement. Isa. 66. 24, and they shall go forth and look upon carcasses of the men that have transgressed against me, for their worms shall not die, nor shall their fire be quenched. And they shall be an abhorrence unto all flesh. And how is this to be understood? We know that in this world, if a man puts his finger in the fire, immediately he is burned. You must then say, that as the Holy One, blessed be he, gives strength to the wicked to receive their punishment. The same is the case with the upright, he gives them strength to be able to accept their reward. The books of the Hizumni. In a Beretha it was taught, in the books of the atheists. R. Joseph said, one must not read even in the book of Ben Sirah. Said Abai to him, is it because it reads, thou shalt not take off the skin of a fish, even that of the ear, as the skin will be damaged, but roast it in fire, and eat with it 2 loaves of bread? Is not similar to this also written in the scripture, Deuteronomy XX. 19, thou shalt not destroy the trees thereof, etc. And if because it reads, a daughter to a father is a false treasure, as because he is afraid of her, he does not sleep in the night. When she is a minor, perhaps she will be seduced. When she becomes of age, perhaps she will sin, when she becomes vigorous, perhaps she will not marry. If she is married, perhaps she will have no children. And when she becomes old, perhaps she will become a witch. Similar to this, the rabbis also said, the world cannot be without males and females, however happy are those who have male children, etc. And if because there is written, thou shalt not bring worry in thy heart, as such has killed strong men. This was also said by Solomon, Prov 12:25, if there be care in the heart of a man, let him suppress it. See Yoma, page 140, for explanation. And if because it reads, prevent many people to enter thy house, as not all of them are fit to come into it, this was said also by Rabbi in a Beretha elsewhere. Therefore we must say, because it reads there, he who has a long and thin beard is shrewd. And he who has a thick one is a fool. He who blows off the foam, it is sign that he is not thirsty. And he who says with what he shall eat his bread, take the bread away from him. And he whose beard is parted in two, the whole world will not overrule him. Said Arch Joseph, however, the good teachings which are in this book may be proclaimed. It reads there, a good woman is a good gift, she may be given to one who fears God. A bad woman is leprosy to her husband, and there is no remedy for him till he divorces her, and be cured. A beautiful woman, happy is her husband, the numbers of his days are doubled. Turn away thy eyes from a beautiful woman, as thou canst be easily caught in her net. Abstain thyself from drinking beer and wine with her husband, as by the appearance of a beautiful woman many were destroyed. And numerous are those who were killed by such. A great number of peddlers were wounded by the husbands who found them trading with their wives. As a spark kindles a coal, or like a coop full of birds, so are their houses full of deceit. Many may be who wish you peace, however thy secrets you may reveal only to one from 1,000. Be careful with words even with her that lies on thy bosom. Don't worry of the morrow, as thou knowest not what the morrow may bring. For perhaps thou wilt not exist any more tomorrow, and thou hast worried for a world which belongs not to thee. All the days of a poor are bad. Ben Sira said, also the nights, as his roof is lower than others, the rain from these falls on his. And his vineyard is usually on the top of the mountain, and the manure which he brings up for it is blown off to the other vineyards which are lower. Here is repeated from Last Gate, page 328, paragraph commencing with R. Zerah in the name of Rab said, till Mishnah 6. See there also footnote. The rabbis taught, if one reads a verse of the Songs of Solomon in a different manner than it is written, and makes a song of it, or any other verse in the drinking places not in its proper time, causes evil to the world, because the Torah, dressed in a sack, stands before the Holy One, blessed be he, and says, Lord of the universe. Thy children have made of me a fiddle on which frivolous persons play. And he said to her, my daughter, with what else, then, shall they occupy themselves while they are eating and drinking? And she said before him, Lord of the universe, if they are masters in the scriptures, they may occupy themselves with the Pentateuch, prophets, and hagiographa. If they understand Mishnayth, they may study Mishnah, Halakha, and Haggadah, and if they are Talmudists they may study Halakhas in time of Passover on Pesach. Of Pentecost at that time. And the Halakhas of Feast of Tabernacle at that time. R. Simeon b. Eleazar in the name of R. Simeon b. Hananiah testified, if one reads a verse in its proper time, he benefits the world, as it reads, Prov 15:23, and a word spoken at the proper time, how good is it? He who mumbles over a wound, etc. Said R. Johanan, provided he also spits, as the name of heaven must not be mentioned by spitting. It was taught, Rab said, even a verse which does not contain the name of heaven e.g., a plague, if it will be on a man. And R. Hanina said, even the words, and he has called to Moses. The rabbis taught, one may ask the fortune-tellers who tell fortunes by certain oils or eggs. But it is not advisable to do so, because they often lie. They usually mumble over the oil in a utensil, but not over that which is in the hand, and therefore one may use the oil from the hand, but not that in a utensil. Itzhak b. Samuel b. Marta happened to be in a certain inn. They brought him oil in a utensil, and he anointed himself with it, and blisters came out on his face. When he went to the market, a certain woman saw him, and said, I see on your face a sickness caused by witchcraft. And she did something for him and he was cured. Abba said to Rabba b. Mari, it reads, X 15:26, I will put none of those diseases upon thee as I the Lord will heal thee. Now if he did not put any, why the cure? Said R. Johanan, this verse explains itself. If thou wilt diligently hearken, etc., I will not put disease upon thee, but if thou wilt not hearken, I will. However, at any rate, I will heal thee. Rabba b. Hannah said, when R. Eliezer became sick, his disciples came to make him a sick call, and he said to them, I have high fever, and they began to weep. Akiba, however, smiled. And to the question, why are you smiling? He returned the question, why are you weeping? And they answered, is it possible not to weep when we see the holy scrolls are in such a distress? Rejoined he, and therefore I smile, for so long as I have seen our master's wine does not become sour, his flocks undamaged, his oil unspoiled, and his honey unfermented, I was afraid that perhaps he received all his reward in this world. Now as I see him in trouble, I rejoice. Said he to him, Akiba, have I failed to perform or transgressed anything of that what is written in the whole Torah? And he answered, you, Master, yourself taught us, ECC 7:20, for no man is so righteous upon earth, that he should do always good and never sin. The rabbis taught, when our Eliezer became sick 4 elders entered to make him a sick call our Tarphan, our Jehoshua, our Eleazar b. Asariah, and our Akiba. Exclaimed our Tarphan, you are better to Israel than drops of rain, as the latter are only in this world, while you are in both, in this and in the world to come. Exclaimed our Jehoshua, you are better to Israel than the planet of the sun, which is only in this world, while you are in both. And our Eleazar b. Asariah exclaimed, you are better to Israel than a father and mother, who are only in this world, etc. Our Akiba, however, exclaimed, pleased are chastisements. And our Eliezer answered, support me, and I will hear the statement of Akiba, my disciple, who says, pleased are chastisements. And he said, Akiba, whence is this known to you? And he answered, from the following, it reads, 2 Kings 21:1-2, 12 years old was Manasseh when he became king, and 55 years did he reign in Jerusalem, and he did what is evil in the eyes of the Lord. It reads also, Prov 25:1, also these are the Proverbs of Solomon, which the men of Hezekiah, the king of Judah, have collected. Could it be possible that Hezekiah taught the law to the whole world, but not to his son Manasseh? It must then be said that of all the troubles which Hezekiah has troubled himself to bring him, and from all his toil to correct him nothing was done, and only until chastisement had turned him over to the better side, as it reads, 2 Chron 33:10-14, and the Lord spoke to Manasseh, and to his people, but they listened not. Wherefore the Lord brought over them captains of the army belonging to the king of Assyria. And they took Manasseh prisoner with chains, and bound him with fetters, and led him off to Babylon. And when he was in distress he besought the Lord his God, and humbled himself greatly before the God of his fathers. And he prayed unto him, and he permitted himself to be entreated by him, and heard his supplication and brought him back to Jerusalem unto his kingdom. Then did Manasseh feel conscious that the Lord is indeed the true God. Learn from this that chastisements are pleased. The rabbis taught, 3 men, biblical personages, came with indirectness, instead of praying in a straightforward manner, and they were Cain, Esau, and Manasseh. Cain who says, Gen 4:13, my sin is greater than I can bear. He said before him, Lord of the universe, is then my sin greater than that of the 600,000 Israelites who will sin before thee in the future, and thou wilt forgive them? Esau said, X 27. 38. Hast thou then but one blessing, my father? And Manasseh, who at the beginning called to many gods, and only finally called to the God of his parents. Abba Shaul, etc. There is a Beratha, provided he does so out of the sanctuary in a profane language. 3 Kings, etc. The rabbis taught, Jeroboam means who made Israel quarrel among themselves. According to others, who has made a controversy between them and their heavenly Father. Ben Nebat means the son of him who had a vision, but did not see, interpret it properly. As the following Beratha Nebat is identical with Micah and with Sheba ben Bichri Nebat because of the reason said above. And Micah, because he became poor while occupying himself with building. And his real name was Sheba ben Bichri. The rabbis taught, there were 3 who had a vision, but have not seen it properly. Nebat Achitopel and the astrologers of Pharaoh. Nebat saw that some light will come out from him. He thought he himself will become a king, and he erred, as this was his son Jeroboam. Achitopel saw also the same. He thought that he himself will become a king, but he erred, as it was his daughter, Bathsheba, from whom Solomon came out. And the astrologers of Pharaoh, who saw that the Redeemer of Israel will be beaten through water, and therefore advised Pharaoh to command. Exi 22, every son that is born ye shall cast into the river. And they erred, as this was, number XX. 13, these are the waters of Meribah where the children of Israel quarreled. But whence do we know that Jeroboam has no share in the world to come? From 1 Kings, 13. 34, blotted out and destroyed from the face of the earth. Blotted out from this world and destroyed from the world to come. Said Johanan, what has Jeroboam done that he was rewarded to be king? Because he rebuked Solomon. And why was he punished? Because he rebuked him in public, as it reads, Ibid 11. 27, and this was the occasion that he lifteth up his hand against the king. Solomon built up the Milo and closed up the breach of the city of David his father. He said to him, David, thy father hath broken in holes in the surrounding wall of Jerusalem, for the purpose that it shall be easier for Israel to enter the city. And thou hast fenced it for the purpose to make an Ongaria to Pharaoh's daughter. What means, and he lifteth up his hands? Said Naaman, he took off his phylacterius in his presence. 100 Naaman said again, the insolence of Jeroboam destroyed him from the world, as it reads, Ibid 12. 26-28, and Jeroboam said in his heart, now may the kingdom return to the house of David. If this people go up to prepare sacrifices in the house of the Lord at Jerusalem, then may the heart of this people turn again unto their Lord, even unto Rehoboam, the king of Judah, and they might kill me, and return to Rehoboam, the king of Judah. He said, we have a tradition that in the temple there are no seats except for the kings of the house of David. Now if they see that Rehoboam, the king, is sitting and I am standing, then they will say that he is the king and I am his servant. And if I will sit, Rehoboam's people will say that I am a rebel, and they will kill me, and therefore, 28, whereupon the king took counsel, and he made 2 calves of gold, and saith unto the people, you have been long enough going up to Jerusalem. Behold, here are thy gods, O Israel, which have brought thee up out of the land of Egypt. What is meant by, the king took counsel? Said Jehudah, he has conjoined an upright to a wicked, and said to them, will you sign your name to all what I will command you? And they said, yea. Even to worship an idol? The upright answered, God forbid. But the wicked saith to him, do you think a man like Jeroboam will worship idols? He wants only to try us. And in this thing even Achiah, the Shilonite, erred and signed his name. As Jehu, who was one of the greatest of upright, about whom it reads, 2 Kings, x. 30, forasmuch as thou hast acted well in doing what is right in my eyes, and hast done in accordance with all that was in my heart unto the house of Achab, children of the 4th generation after thee shall sit upon the throne of Israel. And thereafter it reads, 31, and Jehu took no heed to walk in the law of the Lord the God of Israel with all his heart, he departed not from the sins of Jeroboam, who induced Israel to sin. But what caused him to sin? Said Abai, there is a covenant to one's lips. He said, Ibid 18, Achab hath served Baal a little, Jehu will serve him much. And Rabbah said, he saw the signature of Achiah the Shilonite and he erred, as reads, Hosea, v. 2, and for murdering they who had rebelled, against God, concealed themselves in deep places, but I will inflict correction on them all. Said R. Johanan, the Holy One, blessed be he, said, they laid deeper plans than that of mine. I said, he who does not ascend to Jerusalem for the festivals transgresses a positive commandment only. And they say that he who will ascend to Jerusalem shall be slain by the sword. It reads, 1 Kings 11:29, and it came to pass at that time when Jeroboam went out of Jerusalem, that the prophet Achiah the Shilonite found him on the way, and he had clad himself with a new garment. And these two were alone by themselves in the field. It was taught in the name of our Hosea, at that time means the time which was designated for chastisement. J 2:18, in the time of their punishment shall they vanish, was also taught in the name of the same authority, means at the time designated for chastisement. Isa 49:8, in the time of favor have I answered thee, according to the same authority, the time which is designated for doing good, X 32:8, but on the day when I will visit their sins upon them, according to the same, at the time which is designated for chastisement. And the same is with Gen 38. And it came to pass at that time. It reads, 1 Kings 12. And Rehoboam went to Shechem, to make him king. It was taught in the name of our Hosea. That place was designated for trouble. In Shechem, Dinah was assaulted in the same place, Joseph was sold by his brothers, and in the same place the kingdom of David was divided. And, Ibid 29, Jeroboam went out of Jerusalem. Said our Hanina b. Papa, it means he went out of the destiny of Jerusalem, i.e., was to have no share in the welfare of Jerusalem. And the prophet Achiah, with a new garment, what does it mean? Said R. Naaman, as a new garment has no spots, so also the wisdom of Jeroboam was clean, without any error. According to others, they renewed things which no ear has ever heard of. And what is meant by, the two were alone in the field? Said R. Jehudah in the name of Rab, all other scholars were like the plants of the field in comparison with them. According to others, all the reasons for the commandment of the Torah were revealed to them as a field. It reads, Micah, L. 14, therefore shalt thou have to give presents to Moresheth Gath, the houses of Achzib shall become a deception to the kings of Israel. Said our Hanina b. Papa, a heavenly voice was heard saying, to him who has killed Goliath the Philistine and inherited to you the city of Gath, should ye send away his descendants? Therefore the house of Achzib shall be a deception to the kings of Israel. It reads, 2 Kings 17:21, and Jeroboam misled Israel from following the Lord, and caused them to commit a great sin. Said our Hanina, as one throws a stick by means of another stick he makes Israel to sin against their will. Said our Oshiah, until Jeroboam came, Israel had to bear the iniquity of one golden calf, and from that time farther on for 2 and 3. Said our Itzhak, every evil dispensation which came upon Israel contained in it a 24th part as punishment for the golden calf, as the above cited verse, X 32, states. Said our Hanina, after 24 generations this verse was fulfilled, as it reads, Ezek 9, the Thapkudas of the city came already at an end 101. It reads, 1 Kings 13:33, after this event Jeroboam returned not from his evil way. After what? Said our Abba, after the Holy One, blessed be he, held Jeroboam by his garment, saying, Repent, and I and David ben Ishai and thou will walk in the Garden of Eden. And to Jeroboam's questions, who will have the preference? He said, Ben Ishai. And he rejoined, if so I don't want it. Arthabuhu used to lecture about the 3 kings and became sick, and he made up his mind not to lecture about them, and he was cured. However, he lectured about them as before, and to the question of his disciples, "Have you not made up your mind not to lecture any more about them?" He answered, "Did they then repent that I shall do so?" Ashi appointed a time for lecturing about the 3 kings, and said, "On the morrow we will begin our lecture about our colleague Manasseh." He then appeared to him in a dream, and said to him, "You call me a colleague and a colleague of your father? Answer me the question, where must one begin to cut the bread by the benediction of Thamotzi?" And he said, "I don't know." Rejoined Manasseh, "If you are not aware to answer even that what I questioned you, how can you call me a colleague?" Rejoined Ashi, "Teach this to me, and tomorrow I will proclaim it in your name in the college." And he said, "From that part where it begins to bake when in the oven." Said Ashi again, "If you are so wise, why did you worship idols?" And Manasseh answered, "If you would have been at that time you would have lifted up the edges of your dress, that they shall not impede you to run after me to worship the idols." On the morrow said Ashi to the rabbis, "Let us lecture about the great men." Achab means a thorn to heaven, and a father to idolatry, as it reads, 1 Kings 16:31, "And it came to pass as if it had been too light a thing for him to walk in the sins of Jeroboam." Said Johanan, "The lenient things which were done by Achab were more rigorous than the rigorous things done by Jeroboam." And why then does the scripture make Achab dependent on Jeroboam? Because Jeroboam was the beginner and all his followers were dependent upon him. It reads, Hosea 12:12, "Their altars also are as stone heaps." Said Johanan, "There was not one heap in the land of Israel upon which Achab had not placed an idol and bowed himself to it. And whence do we know that he has no share in the world to come?" From 1 Kings 21:21, "Behold, I will bring evil upon thee, and I will sweep out after thee and will cut off from Achab every male and the guarded and fortified in Israel." Guarded means in this world, and fortified in the world to come. Johanan said, "For which good deeds was Omri, Achab's father, rewarded that he obtained the kingdom? Because he added one great city to the land of Israel, as it reads, Ibid 16:24, "And he bought the Mount Samaria of Shemer for 2 talents of silver, and built on the mount, and called the name of the city which he had built, after the name of Shemer, the Lord of the Mount, Samaria." Johanan said again, "Why was Achab rewarded by the prolongation of his kingdom for 22 years? Because he respected the Torah which is written with the 22 letters of the alphabet, as it reads, Ibid XX 2, 7, and 9, and he sent messengers to Achab, the king of Israel, into the city. And he said unto him, Thus hath said Benhadad, Thy silver and thy gold are mine, thy wives also and thy children, even the best are mine. And the king of Israel answered and said, According to thy word, my lord, O king, thine am I, and all that I have. And the messenger returned and said, Thus hath said Benhadad, to say to thee, I have indeed sent unto thee, saying, Thou shalt give unto me thy silver, and thy gold, and thy wives, and thy children. Nevertheless, about this time tomorrow will I send my servants unto thee, and they will search through thy house, and the houses of thy servants, and it shall be, that whatsoever is pleasant in thy eyes, they shall place it in their hand. And take it away. Then did the king of Israel call for all the elders of the land, and said, Mark, I pray you, and see that this man seeketh mischief, for he hath sent unto me for my wives, and for my children, and for my silver, and for my gold. And I have not refused them to him. Wherefore he said unto the messengers of Benhadad, Say to my lord the king, All that thou didst send for to thy servants at the first will do, but this thing I am not able to do. And the messengers went away, and brought him word again. What is meant by, pleasant in thy eyes, if not the holy scrolls? But perhaps it means an idol. This cannot be supposed, as it reads farther on, 8, And all the elders, and all the people said unto him, Thou must not hearken nor consent. But perhaps it means the elders of the same kind as was Achab, as we find such in 2 Sam 17. 4. That they are also named the elders of Israel. There it does not read, all the people, but here it does. And it is impossible that among them were no righteous, as it reads, 1 Kings 19. 18, And I will leave in Israel 7,000, all the knees which have not bent unto Baal and every mouth which has not kissed him. Said R. Naaman, Achab's sins and good deeds were just equal, as it reads, Ibid 22. 20, Who will persuade Achab, hence it is difficult to punish him, as his sins did not overweigh his good deeds. R. Joseph opposed, he of whom it reads, Ibid 21. 25, But indeed there was none like unto Achab, etc., etc. And you say that his sins and good deeds were equal? The reason, however, that it was necessary to persuade him, is because he was liberal with his money and assisted many scholars from his estate, and therefore half his sins were atoned. And there came out a spirit, etc., see above. It reads, Ibid. 16, 33, And Achab made a grove, and Achab did yet more, so as to provoke the Lord the God of Israel to anger, than all the kings of Israel that had been before him. Said R. Johanan, he wrote on the gates of Shemer, Achab denies the God of Israel, and therefore he has no share in him. Manasseh means, he has forgotten the Lord. According to others it means that he made Israel to forget their heavenly Father. And whence do we know that he has no share in the world to come? From 2 Kings 21. 3. And he built up again the high places which Hezekiah hath destroyed, and he reared up altars for Baal and made a grove as Achab the king of Israel hath done. As Achab has no share in the world to come, the same is the case with Manasseh. Jehudah said Manasseh has a share, etc. Said Johanan, both infer their theory from one and the same passage, Jah 15. 4. And I will cause them to become a horror unto all the kingdoms of the earth on account of Manasseh the son of Hezekiah. According to one, because Manasseh has repented and the other kings have not. And according to others, because he himself had not repented. Said Johanan, he who said that Manasseh has no share in the world to come weakens the hands of those who are repenting. As a disciple taught before. R. Johanan, Manasseh repented 33 years, as it reads, 2 Kings 21. 1-3, and 55 years did he reign in Jerusalem, and he made a grove as Achab did. How long did Achab rule? 22 years. Take off the 22 from the 55 years which Manasseh reigned, there remains 33 years. Johanan said in the name of Simeon b. Johai, it reads, 2 Chron. 13, And he prayed unto him, and he permitted himself Iktar 102 instead of Voyathar. Infer from this that the Lord made for him an opening like a Moktir's opening, in the heaven to receive him, because of the opposition of the divine attribute. The same said again in the name of the same authority, in Jah 26, 27. And 28, the first verses, in the beginning of the reign of Jehoiakim. The beginning of the reign of Zedekiah. Were there not rulers before them? But this signifies that the Lord was about to return the world to Tahu Vebahu because of Jehoiakim. But when he looked upon his generation who were upright, he reconsidered it. And the reverse was the case with Zedekiah. He wanted to destroy the world because of his generation, but when he looked upon him he reconsidered it. But does it not also read about Zedekiah, 2 Kings 24. 18, And he did what was evil in the eyes of the Lord. This was because he had to warn them, but did not do so. The same said again in the name of the same authority, it reads, Parov 29. 9, If a wise man contend with a foolish man, whether he be angry or whether he laugh, he will have no rest. The Holy One, blessed be he, said, I became angry with Achaz and delivered him to the king of Damascus. What had he done? He sacrificed and smoked incense to their gods, as, 2 Chron 28. 2, And he sacrificed unto the gods of the people of Damascus, who had smitten him, and he said, because the gods of the kings of Syria do help them, therefore, will I sacrifice unto them, that they may help me. But they only became to him a stumbling block for him and for all Israel. I smiled on Amaziah and had delivered the kings of Edom to his hand. And what has he done? He brought their gods and bowed himself to them, as it reads, 2 Chron. 25. 14. After Amasiah was come home from smiting the Edomites, he brought the gods of the children of Loiar, and set them up unto himself as gods, and before them he used to prostrate himself, and unto them he used to burn incense. Said R. Papa, this is what people say, you can do nothing with the ignoramus, weep before him, laugh with him, he does not care. Woe is to him who does not understand between good and evil. It reads, J. 39. 3. In the middle gate. Said R. Johanan in the name of R. Simeon b. Johai, this was the place the Sanhedrin decided upon halakas. Said R. Papa, this is what people say, should the hook which was used by the herd, etc., see middle gate, page 216, line 14 from the bottom. R. Hista said in the name of R. Jeremiah b. Aba, it reads, Karov 24. 30-31, by the field of a slothful man I once passed along, and by the vineyard of a man void of sense, and, lo, it was all grown over with thorns, nettles had covered its surface, and its stone wall was broken down. By the field of a slothful man, etc., means Achaz, void of sense means Manasseh, with thorns means Ammon, nettles had covered, etc., means Jehoiakim, broken down Zedekiah, in whose days the temple was destroyed. The same said again in the name of the same authority, for sex will not receive the glory of the Shekinah, viz., the scorners, as it reads, Hosea 7. 5. He groweth his land with scorners, liars, as it reads, PSCI. 7. He that speaketh falsehood shall not succeed in my eyes, hypocrites, as, Job 13. 16. For a hypocrite cannot come before him, and slanderers, as, PS 2. 5. For thou art not a God that hath pleasure in wickedness. Evil cannot abide with thee, and thereafter it reads, 7 and 10, thou wilt destroy those that speak lies. For there is not in their mouth any sincerity. The rabbis taught, Manasseh used to learn 55 arguments, ways of interpretation, concerning the book of Leviticus, as many as the years of his reign. Achab, 85, and Jeroboam, 103. There is a Beratha, our mayor used to say, Absalom has no share in the world to come, as it reads, 2 Sam 18. 15, smote Absalom, in this world, and slew him, in the world to come. R. Simeon b. Eleazar said in the name of R. Mayor, Achaz, Achaziah and all the kings of Israel about whom it is written, and he did evil in the eyes of the Lord, will not be restored at the time of resurrection, but are also not sentenced to Gehenna. It reads, 2 Kings, 21. 16, and also innocent blood, did Manasseh shed in very great abundance, till he had filled, therewith, Jerusalem from one end to another, beside his sin wherewith he induced Judah to sin, to do what is evil in the eyes of the Lord. Here in this college it was explained because he had slain Isaiah. In the West it was explained that he made an image the weight of 1,000 persons. And those who were engaged in carrying it from one place to another would die because of the great exertions. According to whom is what Rabbi B. Hannah said. One soul of an upright is equalized to the whole world I.e. If one kills an upright, he is considered as if he would slay the whole world. It is in accordance with him who says that Manasseh has killed Isaiah. Achaz placed the images in the attics of the temple, as it reads, 2 Kings, 23. 12, altars that were on the upper chamber of Achaz. And Manasseh placed them in the temple, as it reads, Ibid 21. 7, and he placed a hewn image of the Asherah that he had made, in the house of which the Lord had said to David, and to Solomon, his son, in this house, and in Jerusalem, which I have chosen out of all tribes of Israel will I put my name forever. And Ammon placed them in the Holy of Holy Chamber, as it reads, Isa 28. 20, for the bed shall be, etc., see Yoma, page 10, line 14, for the explanation and continuation which are repeated here. By the way, we have to remark that there is a misprint, Jeremiah instead of Isaiah. Achaz abolished the worship and sealed the Torah, as it reads, Ibid 8. 16, bind up the testimony, seal up the law among my disciples. Manasseh cut the divine names out of the scriptures, and destroyed the altar. Ammon burned the Torah and caused spider webs to be on the place where the altar stood, as it reads, 2 Chron, 33. 23, for he, Ammon, made his guiltiness great. Questioned Rabbi Bihmari, why did not the Mishnah also count Jehoiakim, of whom it reads, Ibid 36. 8, and the rest of the acts of Jehoiakim, and his abominable deeds which he did, and which was found upon him, which, according to one of the sages, means that he engraved the name of the idol upon his body. And he answered, concerning kings I have not heard, but I have heard concerning common men thus, why did not the Mishnah count Micah? Because his house was open to travelers, who used to eat and drink there without being charged. It reads, Zech. X 11, and he will pass through the sea, with distress, and he will smite in the sea the waves. Said Johanan, this is the image which Micah had made in Egypt and which passed with him the Red Sea. There is a Beratha, R. Nathan said, from the city of Grab to the city of Shelah, where the tabernacle was temporarily, is a distance of 3 miles. And the smoke from the altar in Shelah used to mix itself with the smoke from the altars which were made for the image of Micah. And the angels wanted to put Micah aside, but the Holy One, blessed be he, said to them, leave him alone because his house is open to travelers. And for this were punished the men who took revenge in the case of the concubine of Gibeah, Judges, 19. NXX. And the Holy One said to them, ye took revenge for the honor of a man, but did not act so for my honor, i.e., they did not care to destroy the image of Micah, etc. Johanan said in the name of R. Jose B. Kisma, great are Lambda Upsilon Nu Omicron entertainments, for a little refreshment plays an essential part, for its refusal estranged 2 tribes from Israel, Ammon and Moab, as it reads, Deuteronomy 23. 5, for the reason that they met you not with bread and with water, on the way. And Johanan himself said, it estranges relatives and brings near strangers. Shuts the eye not to look upon the wicked, makes the Shekinah rest on the prophets of Baal, and even an error in this affair is considered as if it would be done intentionally. Now the illustrations. It estranges relatives e.g. Ammon and Moab, who were relatives to Israel. It brings near strangers e.g. Jethro, as he said elsewhere that the reward for x 2. 20, call him that he may eat bread, was that his descendants were rewarded to sit among the Sanhedrin in the chambers of the temple, as it reads, Ikron, 2. 55, and the families of the scribes who dwelt at Jabez. The Thirathites, the Shimethites and the Sukkothites. These are the Kenite that came from Chamath, the father of the house of Rechab, and, Judges, I. 16, and the children of the Kenite, the father-in-law of Moses, went up out of the city of palm trees with the children of Judah into the wilderness of Judah, which is south of Arad, and they went and dwelt with the people. Shuts the eye not to look upon the evil deeds of the wicked, e.g., Micah, as said above. Makes the Shekinah to rest upon the prophets of Baal, as, 1 Kings, 13. 20, and it came to pass as they were sitting at the table, that the word of the Lord came unto the prophets, who had brought him back. And even an error is considered as if done intentionally, as are. Jehudah in the name of Rab said, if Jonathan would have supplied David with some loaves of bread the priests of the city of Nob would not have been slain, Dog, the Edomite would not have been lost. And Saul and his 3 sons would not have been killed. Why does not the Mishnah count Achaz among those who have no share in the world to come? Said Jeremiah b. Aba, because he was placed between 2 uprights, Jotham, his father, and Hezekiah, his son. And Joseph said, because he was ashamed before the prophet Isaiah, as, Isa. 7. 3, and the Lord said unto Isaiah, Go forth now to meet Achaz, thou with Shir-Yashub, thy son, to the end of the aqueduct of the upper pool, on the highway of the washer's field. Why is mentioned the washer's field? Because Achaz was ashamed to look at Isaiah, and to put upon his face the alpha beta lambda upsilon omicron of the washers when he passed Isaiah in order not to be recognized. And why was Ammon not counted? Because of the honor of his son, Yeshayahu. If so, let them not count Manasseh, because of the honor of Hezekiah. There is a tradition that a son can save his father, but not a father his son, as it reads, Deuteronomy 32:39, and no one can deliver out of my hands, which means Abraham cannot save Ishmael, and Isaac, Esau. Now, when we come to this theory, it may be said that Achaz was not counted because of the honor of Hezekiah. However, the above question, why Jehoiakim was not counted, is as yet unanswered. It is because of what was said by Abijah that on the head of Jehoiakim was written this and something else, one revenge more will be taken from it. The grandfather of our Prida found a skull in the gates of Jerusalem upon which was engraved, this and something else. He buried it once and twice, but it came out again. He then said that it must be the skull of Jehoiakim, of whom it reads, Jer. 22:19, with the burial of an ass shall he be buried, dragged about and cast forth beyond the gates of Jerusalem. He then said, it is the skull of a king, and it must be nicely treated. He wrapped it in a silk garment and put it in a bag. When his wife saw this, she thought it was the skull of his first wife, whom he does not want to forget. And she heated the oven and burned it. This was what was engraved upon it, this and nothing else. There is a Beratha, our Simeon b. Eleazar said, Hizkiah praised himself, 2 Kings, XX. 3, and have done what is good in thy eyes, caused what is said, Ibid 8, what sign, etc., and this caused that idolaters were invited to his table, Ibid 13. And these altogether caused the exile of his descendants, Ibid 17. This is a support to Hizkiah, who said that he who invites an idolater to his house and serves on him, causes exile to his children, as it reads, Ibid 18, and of thy sons they shall be court servants in the palace, etc. Lamentation I, begins with Ho, O how. Said Rabbah in the name of our Johanan, why was Israel beaten with Ho? Because they transgressed 36 things to which Korath applies, and the word Ho counts 36. And he said again, why is Lamentations written according to the alphabet? Because they have transgressed what is written in the Torah, which is written with the letters of the alphabet. Doth she sit solitary, said Rabbah in the name of our Johanan, the Holy One, blessed be he, said, I said, Deuteronomy 33:28, and then dwelt Israel in safety, alone, the fountain of Jacob, in a land of corn and wine, also, its heavens shall drop down dew. And now solitary is their sitting. The city that was full of people. Said Rabbah again in the name of the same authority. They used to marry a minor to an adult and vice versa, for the purpose that they shall have many children. Is become like a widow. Said R. Jehudah in the name of Rab, like a widow, but not a widow. Like a woman whose husband has departed to the cities of the countries of the sea, who intends to return. She that was so great among the nations, the princess among the provinces. Said Rabbah in the name of our Johanan, everywhere they came they became masters of their masters, as the rabbis taught. It happened with 2 men who were captured in the mountain of Carmel, and their capturer was walking behind them. Said one of the captured to his colleague, the camel which walks in front of us is blind in one eye and carries 2 bags, one of wine and the other of oil. And the men who lead it, one of them is an Israelite, and the other is a heathen. Said the capturer to them, hard-necked people, whence do you know this? And they answered, from the grass which is in front of the camel that is consumed only from one side, hence from the side on which he sees he consumes, and on the other side on which he is blind he leaves it. It carries 2 bags of wine and oil. Because drops of wine sink, and drops of oil float. And the leaders, one of them is an Israelite and the other a heathen, because an Israelite when he needs to do his necessity, usually turns aside, and the heathen does it on the way. The capturer then ran after them and found that it was as they said. He then kissed them on their heads, brought them to his house, prepared for them a great meal, danced before them, saying, Blessed be he who chose the descendants of Abraham and gave them of his wisdom. And everywhere they go they become masters of their masters. He freed them, and they went in peace to their home. Weeping, are they weeping? 103 Why two weepings? Said Rabbah in the name of our Johanan, one for the first temple, and the other for the second temple. In the night, means because of what happened in a former night, number 14. 1. And the people wept that night. And Rabbah in the name of our Johanan said, This day was the 9th of Ab, and the Holy One, blessed be he, said, Ye have cried on this night in vain, and I shall ordain it that your generations shall lament on this day forever. See Ta'anit, page 88, line 9. According to others, in the night, because he who weeps in the night, it looks like the stars and planets are weeping with him. And so also with human beings. He who hears one weeping in the night, weeps with him, as it happened with Rabban Gamaliel, whose female neighbor wept because her son died, and he wept with her until the eyelids dropped. On the morrow his disciples recognized it, and they made her move away from his neighborhood. And her tears are on her checks. Said Rabbah in the name of our Johanan, as a woman weeps for the husband of her youth, as it reads, Joel, I. 8, lament like a woman girded with sackcloth for the betrothed of her youth. Her adversaries are become chiefs. Said Rabbah in the name of our Johanan, every one who oppresses Israel becomes a chief, as it reads, Isa 8. 3, for no fatigue befalleth him that oppresseth them. And the same said again in the name of the same authority, that from the same verse is inferred that an oppressor of Israel never becomes tired. Not for you, ye travelers, behold and see, etc. Said Rabbah in the name of our Johanan, from this may be inferred that the scripture is particular that if one tells his troubles to his neighbor, he should add, May it not happen to you. All that pass this way. Said our Amram in the name of Rab, they, the nations, have made of me the perpetrator of a crime to whom burning applies, as about Sodom it reads, Gen 19. 24, and the Lord rained upon Sodom. And here it reads, 13, From on high hath he sent a fire into my bones.